Thank you, guys. Good evening. Before we get started tonight, I'd like to welcome Cass Welch to lead us in our invocation. And she's from Community Church.
Father, we thank you for the opportunity and the freedom to come and assemble. I ask that you give us discernment and wisdom. As we speak, may we each respect the others, even if they're very differing opinions. I just ask that you be with this meeting, guide us, guide the mayor and the city council and the staff as they continue to provide a wonderful city to live in. Father, may we never forget the people who have sacrificed for us to have the freedom to have government. I ask that you help us to continue to move forward, and I ask this in Jesus Christ's name. Amen.
Thank you very much. Okay, I want to welcome everybody here tonight, and I'm going to call the regular meeting of the Milton City Council for Monday, March 18th, 2013 to order. Will our city clerk please call roll and make general announcements?
Good evening, Mayor and Council. I will be happy to call roll for the March 18th, 2013 regular meeting. I would like to remind those in attendance to please silence all cell phones at this time. Additionally, those attending the meeting who would like to provide public comment, either during the public hearing or during the call for public comment, you are required to complete your public comment card prior to speaking on the item. There is no public comment for consent agenda items or items under first presentation. Those called to speak will be taken into order. Those speaker cards were received by the city clerk staff prior to the beginning of tonight's meeting. All speakers will identify themselves by name, address, and organization if applicable. The city council may allow public comment on either an agenda item or general public comment from a representative of such an organized group or association, provided, however, that such an individual shall file a notarized affidavit that they have the authority to speak on behalf of said organization on a form provided by the city clerk prior to the agenda item being called. Demonstration of any sort within the chamber is prohibited, so please refrain from any applause, cheering, cooling outbursts, or dialogue with any person speaking. Please show the same respect to the person speaking that you will expect to receive yourself. Anyone in violation will be asked to leave. As I call roll this evening, please confirm your attendance. Mayor Joe Lockwood.
Here.
Councilmember Karen Thurman.
Here.
Councilmember Matt Kuntz.
Here.
Councilmember Bill Lusk.
Here.
Councilmember Bert Hewitt.
Here.
Councilmember Joe Longoria.
Here.
Councilmember Lance Large is traveling and absent for the record. Will everyone please rise for the Pledge of Allegiance?
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Again, good evening. I want to welcome everybody here to the city of Milton. We appreciate everyone being here and look forward to giving everybody a chance to speak. So, as we move on, I'll ask the city clerk to call the next item on our meeting agenda.
Our next item is approval of meeting agenda. This is agenda item number 13070.
Are there any other items to be addressed on the agenda? Any changes?
Mayor, I'd like to add an executive session to discuss litigation.
Okay. Anything else? Not, do I have a motion for to accept this meeting agenda with the addition of executive session to discuss litigation?
Mr. Mayor, I move to approve the agenda as prepared by staff with the addition of an executive session to discuss litigation. Second.
Okay, got a motion and a second for approval of the meeting agenda with the addition of executive session to discuss litigation. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? That's unanimous. Next item is public comment.
Before you do that, Mr. Mayor, could I just make a general announcement, having met with our emergency manager? I know everybody's phone just went off with a severe thunderstorm in the area. I'll let you know that he's going to watch it very closely. He is our city's emergency manager. There's nothing that's of an immediate threat to us here and to the other parts of the county. So Just put everybody at ease. If we do, in fact, have to do something, he'll come and we'll work through that exercise, but we don't anticipate any cost.
Okay, and just in case, for everybody's awareness, if you're not aware, there was a tornado watch alert that came out, so but we'll keep an eye on that, and if there's anything anywhere imminent here, be sure to let everybody know. Okay, next item's public comment. Public comment is a time for citizens to share information with the mayor and the city council and to provide input and opinions on any matter that is not scheduled for its public for its own public hearing during this meeting. There's no discussion on items on the consent agenda or first presentation from the public or from council. And each citizen who chooses to participate in public comment must complete a comment card and turn it into our city clerk over here. Please remember this is not a time to engage the mayor or members of the city council in conversation. And when your name is called, you'll come forward and speak into the microphone, stating your name and address for the record, and we'll allow 5 minutes for remarks on general public comment. So I'll ask our city clerk, do we have any general public comment?
We do not, sir.
Okay. Then let's move. We'll move on to our consent agenda then.
Our first item this evening under our consent agenda is approval of the March 4th, 2013 regular city council meeting minutes. Agenda item number 13071. Approval of the March 11th, 2013 work session city council meeting minutes. Next, approval of the financial statements for the period ending January 2013. Agenda item number 13073. Our next item is approval of the financial statements for the period ending February 2013. Agenda item number 13074. Fifth, approval of the following subdivision plats and plat revisions. Rayburn 4, revision. Add buildings 37 through 39. High Grove, final plat. Create 15 lots. Hidden Forest, revision. Remove lot 92 and modify lots 93 through 98. Lead tract, minor plat. Divide into 2 lots. Lead tract, minor plat revision. Remove easement improperly shown. Greystone Farms, revision. Add easement note. Bell and Bell, revision. Revise property lines between lots 2 and 3. Brickery Crest 3, final plat. Create 9 lots. Brickery Crest 4, final plat. Create 2 lots. The Highlands, revision. Change name and change from public streets to private. Rhonda Chatham, minor plat, combine 2 parcels. Aaron Larson and Robert Ulian, minor plat, combine 4 parcels into 2. This is agenda item number 13075. Our 6th item, approval of a professional services agreement, change order, between the City of Milton and BM&K PC for Hopewell Road, Cogburn Road, at Francis Road, Hopewell Road, right-of-way services. This is agenda item number 13076. Next, approval of a professional services agreement between the City of Milton and BM&K PC for State Route 372, Crabapple Road, Birmingham Highway, intersection improvements, right-of-way services. Agenda item number 13077. Next, approval of a professional services agreement, task order, between the City of Milton and Stan Tech Consulting Services, Inc., for additional design support for State Route 372, Crabapple Road, Birmingham Highway, intersection improvements. Agenda item number 13078. Our final consent item this evening is approval of a construction services agreement between the City of Milton and Baldwin Paving Company, Inc., to haul and install concrete blocks to the City of Milton Public Works Yard, located at 16050 Old Bullpen Road. Agenda item number 13079.
Okay, I'll open up for a motion and a second for the
Mayor,
consent agenda.
I move that we accept the consent agenda as prepared by staff and read by the city clerk.
I'll second it.
Okay, I've got a motion by Councilmember Longoria, second by Councilmember Hewitt. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? That's unanimous.
And Mayor, respectfully, the city manager would like to do a short presentation this evening.
Would you allow me, Mr. Mayor, just to introduce our team that we
Sure.
have here from Leadership ICMA. As many of you know, we elected to participate kind of at the last minute, but very timely in a capstone project with one of the Leadership ICMA teams. We have with us tonight Meredith Hauk, who's from Riverside, Missouri. She's leading the team. Ryan Eggleston, who's the township manager in South Fayette, Pennsylvania. And Seth Sumner, who has joked all day today that he now works in the city of Savannah, Tennessee, and was born in the city of Nashville, Georgia. This team, and there's one additional team member who was not able to join them on their first trip here, who will join them on their concluding trip here in May. But we had a great productive work day today. They'll be here through the middle of the day tomorrow, and we're working on best practice and project implementation in centralized records management and what that looks like moving forward for Milton. So good day's worth of work and great talent. So I just wanted to welcome them to Milton and have them at least just stand up and say hi to y'all. So you'll see them again in May.
We're proud and glad to have you here, sir. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, we will move on to the zoning rules and sound the first item.
At the second regularly scheduled meeting of the month, the Mayor and City Council consider a zoning agenda. These items include rezoning petitions, modifications of zoning, use permits, and associated concurrent variances, in addition to ordinances, resolutions, and text amendments. I would like to acquaint you this evening with some of the rules and procedures for this meeting. The applicant and all those speaking in support of an application will be allowed a total of 10 minutes to present the petition. The applicant may choose to save some of the time for rebuttal following the presentation by the opposition. Since the burden of proof is upon the applicant will be allowed to make closing remarks provided time remains with the allotted time. The city clerk will be keeping track of time and will inform you periodically of the remaining time for your presentation. Those called to speak will be taken in the order that the speaker cards were received by the city clerk prior to the beginning of tonight's meeting. All speakers will identify themselves by name, address, and organization, if applicable, before beginning their presentation. The Planning Commission has heard the rezoning agenda items, and recommendations have been forwarded to the Mayor and City Council for consideration and disposition. The applicant shall not submit material to the Council during this meeting unless requested to do so. All material that you wish to be reviewed by the Council in consideration of your application should be submitted to the Community Development Department to be included in the normal distribution of packages to the Council. When an opponent of a rezoning action has made within 2 years immediately preceding the filing of the rezoning action being opposed, campaign contributions aggregating $250 or more to a local government official of the local government which will consider the application, it shall be the duty of the opponent to file a disclosure with the governing authority of the respective local government at least 5 days prior to the Planning Commission meeting. A violation of relevant state statute constitutes a misdemeanor. Therefore, if you have contributed $250 or more to a council member and you have not filed a disclosure prior to the Planning Commission meeting, the city attorney strongly suggests that you have someone else speak for your point of view. Our first zoning item this evening is consideration of RZ 1217, U 1202, VC 1208, northeast corner of Bethany Bend and Cogburn Road by Arrowhead Real Estate Partners to rezone from AG1 agricultural to TR townhouse residential and request a use permit, section 64-1825, to develop a 95-unit assisted living facility and 19 single-family detached residences on approximately 9.09 acres, a 4-part concurrent variance. First, to increase the height to 40 feet from average grade to bottom of the roof eave and 2 stories to 3 stories, section 64-1095M. Second, to reduce front periphery setback from 40 feet to 20 feet along Bethany Bend adjacent to the single-family lots, section 64-669H1.
The third concurrent variance is to reduce the minimum side yard setback for single-family lots from 7 feet to 5 feet, Section 64-669I2A. Fourth, to reduce the minimum rear setback for the single-family lots from 25 feet to 20 feet, Section 64-669I3. This is agenda item number 13055. First presentation was held on March 4th, 2013. Ms. Kathy Field.
Mayor and Council, I'll step in for Kathy here at this point. I want to let you know that this applicant has requested to withdraw this zoning matter before you tonight. I'd just like to put that on the record. Secondly, I'd like to see what your pleasure is. If it's to hold a public hearing because it's been advertised, that would probably be a good place to start. If the council then is so inclined to accept the withdrawal, we could simply handle that at that point. If not, we could go forward with a more thorough staff presentation. But I kind of would think that maybe tonight it's appropriate to go ahead and handle a public hearing and then see what your thoughts are with respect to the withdrawal.
I would agree and ask the council to, if there are folks here prepared to speak, that we could at least have the public hearing and then council can make the decision. So, at this point, then, if you want to say, is there any questions to Chris or Kathy, or do we want to go ahead and just open up for comments on this item? Do we have comments on this item?
Yes, we do, sir. In
Okay.
support, first, we have Curtis Hicks.
Mr. Mayor, members of council, Pete Hendricks, practice law at 6085 Lake Forest Drive. I was curious, as the next item involves the same piece of property, the same applicant, the same issue over withdrawal, do you want to just take them in sequence individually, or do you want to go ahead and sound the other matter and then vote on them separately?
Ken, I'll
Do them sequentially, please.
okay. All right, we'll do that.
The request of the applicant is to be able to withdraw the application. Your staff has recommended that the application be withdrawn. Your planning commission unanimously recommended that the application be withdrawn. Curtis Hicks, the applicant, is here this evening. If you have any questions of him, Curtis has been the one most primarily by having the conversation, discussions with the community folks that have an interest in the application. So at this point, I would respectfully request, if you have any questions of Curtis, he's here to be able to respond to you. Thanks.
Okay. Do we have anyone else in support of this?
We do not. That is the only one, sir.
Okay, now I'll open it up. Do we have any other comments on opposition for this?
We do, sir. Our first one comes from Daniel Shaw.
Good evening. My name is Daniel Shaw. I live at 2610 Treywick Chase, Alpharetta, Georgia. I just got a couple of comments, and I'm sure there's a whole lot of people behind me here. One is that the actual density does not really meet what they're expecting in that area. The second, I was struck by the number of waivers that this applicant has requested, and it just seems if you need this many waivers to build what you want, you probably don't have the space to build what you want. Thank you.
Thank you. Next.
Our next item is, our next speaker is Dot Blair.
Hi, my name is Dot Blair at 13965 Cogburn Road, Milton, Georgia. Since November, the community members have religiously attended weekly meetings regarding this development. They have taken time out of their busy schedules to stand firm in opposition to allow rezoning of this parcel of land, which is clearly defined now in the comprehensive land use plan as an area that should be protected from high density and commercial development in order to preserve the rural character and heritage of Milton. Yet the city has chosen to include this parcel in a new visioning study for the Highway 9 area, designed to reevaluate the original ideas established in the comprehensive plan. Citizens who have objective were recently characterized by the city in an AJC article as a band of activist residents. I prefer to think of these citizens as visionaries, citizens who have bought into the vision of the city of Milton psychologically and financially, and believe that the preservation of the city's original vision is worth defending. I would like to ask the council to stand united with its citizens to protect the vision that the city of Milton and its residents have worked so hard to establish. Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next comment comes from Byron Amstutz.
Thank you. Byron Amstutz, 125 North Stone Close in the Alpharetta, Georgia, in the Oakstone Glen subdivision. I appreciate that the applicant has withdrawn. Still wanted to highlight a few points. This is represented on a couple points of the agenda. With respect to the change from AG1, I wouldn't actually call it just to commercial, but extremely high-density development. If you run the math, considering the 95 units in the assisted living, the 19 townhomes or single-family homes, we're actually at roughly 12 to 13 units per acre, which is substantially higher than what we as residents in the city of Milton expected in the AG1 definition and the Central Milton Character District intent. In addition, one thing we think is not necessarily captured, at least when we reviewed some of the other meetings, was the fact that there are 30-some-odd full-time employees, or at least the space for those to park 24 hours a day to provide care and the assistance. So the actual commercial aspect and the traffic doesn't appear to have been discussed in some of the prior discussions. I agree about the point about the multiple variances, and that it really does look like a round peg square hole problem when you're talking about cutting in half some of the residential variances, making walls that are close enough that literally in 2 steps you're going from house to house, and deleting 75 feet of buffer and improvement setbacks. So it does appear that this is truly trying to squeeze too much into one property. I applaud the work that the staff has done in the packet. I won't say I read all 441 pages of it, but there's a great deal of analysis and the finding of not suitable use, the adverse effect expected on the adjacent properties, and that the current land has AG1 reuse that is possible. And that's one of the key points that I think we want to keep in mind as we go through this visioning process. I remember when we did the online surveys and things like that as part of the LCI, and originally saw that Highway 9 stripe without what's being affectionately called as the boot extension down Bethany Bend. I think it makes sense for us to understand why that extension was pulled into there at a later point in time and the specific drivers therein, because we were already looking at a significant amount of growth and congestion in the area. Some of the numbers provided by Fulton County in the packet were for this year, showing Cambridge at half capacity. As we expect, Cambridge will fill over the next 4 years from 800 and some odd students today to over 1,900 plus over 100 people support staff. Kings Ridge at that same corner, building a new high school, numbers not provided in terms of the growth. So we do expect that there are going to be continuing demands on both the infrastructure and as well as potentially and most likely degrading some of the experiences of those of us who have come to Milton specifically because we like the idea of the horse in our emblem and we like the idea of retaining some of our rural character. So I do appreciate you taking the time to hear my comments this evening. Thank you.
Thank you.
And our final
Go ahead. Yeah, go ahead. You're the last.
Final comment in opposition is Elaine Decker. We have 5 minutes, 21 seconds remaining.
Hi, my name is Elaine Decker. I live at 520 Oakstone Glen, obviously a resident of Oakstone Glen. I won't repeat what Dot and Byron said, but I definitely echo all of their views. The roadways and the study that was done on current data. Neither of the schools are at capacity. The zoning has been AG1 all along for a reason. To go to 17 plots per acre just doesn't make sense for that piece of property. Allowing plumbing on that property scares me because I think it's just going to creep up up Hopewell Road and up Cogburn Road just like it did on the other side of Highway 9, and then we're going to have a true traffic nightmare. I don't understand why the developer, if they've done their due diligence and they say there's a need for it, there's plenty of property within Milton that they could put it on that wouldn't require rezoning. I've asked that question several times but not gotten an answer. And then as far as the visioning study, I don't believe that section should be, it is not on Highway 9, so I don't know why it should be included with the Highway 9 plan. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, is that
That's all, sir.
We'll see if the support has any.
yeah. Is there any support? Have a little bit of time there for anyone who support.
I am the applicant, Curtis Hicks, 8647 Ellard Drive in Roswell, Georgia. And I believe the property owner wanted to speak as well, but just wanted to address mayor and council to tell them that we have met with the community several times. We've heard and understand the issues. We do know that this property is at least under evaluation as it relates to the visioning plan. We wanted to withdraw to see what came out of that process, and then also to be able to keep the dialogue open with the community in hopes to come back possibly with a plan that meets with more support.
Okay. Thank you.
Good, dear Mayor, I'm sorry I'm going to have to interject at this point. We're going to have to seek shelter and stop the meeting at this point. So what I'd like everybody to do, and we'll do this in an orderly fashion. So we've got several public safety officials here. We'll have somebody lead the way out this door. Where we shelter in this building is in the middle of the building. It's where the cubes are, some work cubes. We'll get to that location. This storm is due here in about 7 minutes, and it has pretty strong potential to it. So let's go ahead and stop the meeting at this point, shelter until it's passed.
Okay.
You could, I mean, I think at this point,
Okay, I'm gonna go ahead and close the public hearing, and want to thank you guys for working with us. I can say that we've successfully weathered the storm. Hopefully everything's okay. Close the public hearing. The applicant has asked for to withdraw, and I believe staff has recommended that. Is there any comments, questions for staff or the applicant from council? Okay. If there's nothing else, I'll open the floor up for a motion to approve, deny, or allow this application to be withdrawn.
Mayor, I move that we allow the application to be withdrawn as requested by the applicant.
Second.
Okay, I have a motion by Councilmember Longoria, second by Councilmember Koontz. Is there any discussion on this? If none, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Looks like that is unanimous. Okay, do we need to, we talked about doing both of these concurrently. Are we good?
We need to go ahead and sound the second one and again have
Okay.
a public hearing if there is one.
Our
City
next-
Clerk, please sound that next item.
Our next item is consideration of RZ 1301, VC 1301, northeast corner of Bethany Bend and Cogburn Road by Arrowhead Real Estate Partners, to rezone from AG1 agricultural to OI office institutional to develop a 95-unit, two-story assisted living facility on approximately 4.733 acres. A concurrent variance is also requested to delete the 75-foot buffer and 10-foot improvement setback along the east property line. Section 64-1091B. This is agenda item number 13056.
Mr. Mayor, members of the council, again, this item has been requested to be withdrawn by the applicant. I would request that we move forward with the public hearing and after that decide if that's the pleasure of the council.
Okay, I'll open up a public hearing. Is there anyone in support of this application?
No, we do not have anyone.
Just same comment as on the previous case.
Okay. Is there any in opposition?
No, sir.
Okay, I'll close the public hearing and again open up for a motion.
I'll make a motion to withdraw agenda item 13056.
Second the motion.
Okay, we've got a motion from Councilmember Hewitt, a second from Councilmember Lusk. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? That's unanimous. If you would call the next item, please.
Our next item is consideration of U1201, VC 1207, 14325 Hopewell Road by Dean Ryapel for a use permit for exotic animals to operate a primate, an exotic animal preserve on approximately 20.74 acres, a two-part concurrent variance. First, not to plant to buffer standards for a width of 75 feet along the east property, section 64-11413B. Second, to allow a parking between the building and the right-of-way, section 64-11456C. This is agenda item number 13054. Ms. Kathy Field.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of the City Council. We have before us, as the City Clerk mentioned, a request for primate and exotic animal preserve at 14325 Hopewell Road. The subject site contains 20.7432 acres. It is currently zoned AG1 agricultural with one single-family residence and associated barns and 5 animal enclosures. The applicant seeks a use permit for exotic or wild animals. Staff recommends withdrawal of the two-part concurrent variances originally requested. The existing zoning is shown for this parcel. It is shown to be zoned AG1. The 2030 City of Milton future land use plan map shows the future land use for this area to be agricultural, equestrian, and estate residential. There was a revised site plan submitted to us January 4th, which shows the existing conditions. And subsequently, we have 2 revised site plans. The first one was submitted on March 8th, which is sheet 2 of 3, which shows topography with proposed improvements. And then the site plan of sheet 3 of 3, again submitted March 8th, which shows tree survey with proposed improvements. By way of background, the applicant has owned the subject property since approximately 1999. For the past 14 years, Mr. Ryapel has been buying, selling, and breeding various types of exotic animals. Copies of current licenses from the Georgia Department of Natural Resources, the Georgia DNR, and the United States Department of Agriculture, USDA, have been submitted to staff. In the summer of 2012, the applicant came to the city inquiring about the possibility of exhibiting his animals to select groups and organizations. It was determined that exotic or wild animals were not permitted within the AG1 agricultural district. In addition, the city attorney recommended the following text amendments to be considered that would allow both the possession and the exhibition of exotic animals. That a new use permit be created, that we provide a definition of exotic and wild animals, and that we amend the AG1 agriculture district to allow exotic wild animals within the AG1 district. All 3 of these text amendments were approved by the Mayor and City Council on October 15, 2012. After the approval of these amendments, the applicant submitted his application for a use permit for exotic animals on November 6, 2012. The original application included a 2-part concurrent variance not to plant to buffer standards along the east property line and to allow parking between the right-of-way and the primary structure. Since the initial application, the site plan has been revised to meet these development standards, and therefore the applicant is requesting the withdrawal of VC 12-07 parts 1 and 2. The applicant submitted a revised site plan received March 8, 2013 that shows the location of the trash receptacle and handicapped space. The Planning Commission at their meeting recommended denial of U12-1, the proposed use permit, and withdrawal of VC 12-07 parts 1 and 2 at the February 26, 2013 Planning Commission meeting. Based on the applicant's revised site plan submitted to the Community Development Department on March 8, 2012, also the revised letter of intent submitted on January 9th, and an inventory of the applicant's proposed exotic animals, staff offers the following considerations. Under Section 64-1838, exotic or wild animals, pursuant to this section, exhibition or display of exotic or wild animals solely for education purposes or keeping, rehabilitation, or maintaining exotic or wild animals pursuant to a valid, current, state-issued wild animal license or wildlife exhibition permit shall be allowed only with a use permit issued in compliance with the development standards set forth in this section specifically and pursuant to the zoning ordinance generally. In the event of conflict, the terms of this section shall prevail. So in terms of that, an analysis of the requirements for a use permit, the following requirements are listed and whether or not the applicant complies. In terms of subsection A, required district, there is compliance. It is in the AG1 district. B, obtain the appropriate license from USDA. We do have a valid license from USDA. C, obtain a U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service permit. We found that the Eurasian owls are not included under this permit, but are included under the Georgia DNR permit. D, obtain the necessary permits from the Georgia DNR. We have, in your package, showed you a copy of a valid license from the Georgia DNA that expires on March 31st. I should note that this valid license forms the basis for the recommended conditions for the staff's report, specifically as it refers to the number and types of animals. And you'll see that as we come to the staff recommendations. In terms of standards for a use permit, we did note with the standards and look at whether the applicant was in compliance. In terms of the first standard, minimum lot size should be 10 acres. The applicant is in compliance. B, permitted curb cut access shall not be from local street. In compliance. C, all activity areas, including parking, structures, areas where animals are housed, shall be set back a minimum of 100 feet in compliance. D, a maximum continuous sound level of 60 dBA and a maximum peak sound level of 75 dBA shall not be exceeded. Again, that will have to be determined. We do not have any documentation on file at this point in terms of that. E, open to visitation by the general public only from 7:30 to 7:30 a.m. to 7:30 p.m. No hours were indicated, but the applicant would have to comply with that standard. Continuing with standards, F, if located adjacent to any residential district or AG1 district used for single-family dwellings, the minimum buffers and landscape strips required for the Northwest Fulton Overlay District would be applicable. The applicant's in compliance. G, sanitary facilities or trash receptacles shall be located a minimum of 100 feet from the property line. In compliance. H, applicant shall inform the Director of Community Development in writing of the number and types of animals to be housed in the subject property and any changes thereto. In terms of that requirement, staff received a listing of animals by email dated January 15, 2013 from the applicant's representative. Staff has recommended that the type and number listed in the Georgia DNR license to be approved for the requested use permit. Staff recommends that at which time the applicant submits a change in number or type of animals to the Georgia DNR, a copy shall be provided to the Director of Community Development. I, in terms of compliance with all requirements of Chapter 5 of the Georgia Game and Fish Code, the Community Development Department will rely on the appropriate enforcement agencies to ensure compliance with said requirements. Proposed animals to be exhibited. The applicant provided the following inventory in an email dated January 15, 2013 in terms of the type of animals to be exhibited. Please note that the categories listed below are in the definition of exotic animals as approved by the Mayor and City Council on October 15, 2012. So the applicant requests under Category 1, each primate species, there would be a 15 total of each primate species. And the applicant does note that we will have no larger primates such as chimpanzees and baboons. Staff, however, notes that the exact number of species was not given. We know that there will be a limit of 15 for each species, but we do not know how many primate species there will be. Under Category 3, the applicant requests a total of 5 from the following type of species: wolves, coyotes, foxes, jackals. In Category 8, the applicant requests a total of 2 hyenas. Category 9, a total of 3 camels. Category 11, raccoons and coatis, a total of 10. Category 11, kangaroos, opossums, a total of 10. Category 13, anteater sloths and armadillos, a total of 4. And Category 14, mongooses, civets, and genets, a total of 4. It should be noted that the site plan indicates a total of 20 additional enclosures in addition to the 5 enclosures for the property. So the applicant would be requesting on the property a total of 25 enclosures. The Northwest Fulton Overlay District development standards require, and this property is under the Northwest Fulton Overlay District, they do require, under landscape strips and buffers, it requires a 10-foot landscape strip along all public streets. The site plan indicates compliance with this requirement. The Design Review Board requested that evergreen material be utilized along Hopewell Road. And this request will be coordinated with the city arborist, and a condition will be included at the end of the staff report. The 2 variances that were originally requested have been met by the applicant, so therefore staff recommends that both of these variances be withdrawn. Continuing with the site plan analysis, staff notes that there are enclosures around the cages that are constructed of chain link fencing that are not black vinyl clad. These must be changed to comply with Section 64-1142, subsection 8, which states, chain link fencing, except as required along retention ponds, is prohibited from public view. All chain link fences shall be black vinyl clad. In addition, all future enclosures proposed for the site shall comply with this requirement. The site plan is in compliance with the remainder of the development standards for the Northwest Fulton Overlay District and the development standards for the use permit. Should a conflict between these standards exist, the development standards of the use permits shall prevail. Other site plan considerations. Within the subject site, there is a U.S. Soils Conservation Lake number 31, Starnes Lake, and a portion of the site is within the 100-year floodplain limits. The site plan shows there are proposed cages and closures within the 100-year floodplain. These types of structures are allowed to be located within the floodplain. The site plan also indicates compliance with the required city and state water stream buffers and non-impervious setback along Chicken Creek and Starnes Lake. Section 64-1838, subsection 2C, requires the exotic animals to be a minimum of 100 feet from all property lines. Staff notes that the applicant also keeps various domesticated animals such as donkeys and dogs, which are not required to be kept or to graze outside of this 100-foot limit. Parking requirements. Within section 64-1410, off-street parking, there are no standards for the proposed use or similar uses to provide a requirement. However, the applicant has provided a total of 9 parking spaces based on the maximum amount of cars and 1 bus anticipated for the site. The proposed parking area will be constructed of gravel. Staff notes that a minimum of 1 parking space shall be designated as handicap, which is shown on the revised site plan submitted on March 8, 2013. Periphery fencing. The site plan indicates a wood woven wire fence along the entire property except where it adjoins Starnes Lake. Staff notes that pursuant to V12-08, the Board of Zoning Appeals approved a primary variance on July 17, 2012 to allow the height of a 5-board fence to increase to 72 inches adjacent to a public street. The fence has not as yet been constructed to this height. Public involvement. On November 28, 2012, the applicant was present at the Community Zoning Information Meeting held at the Milton City Hall. There were approximately 18 members of the community in attendance. Public participation plan and report. The applicant has met the requirements of the public participation plan. The public participation meeting was held on the applicant's property on Saturday, December 1, 2012, between the hours of 3 p.m. and 4:30 p.m. The public participation report was submitted on February 6, 2013, to the Community Development Department. City of Milton Design Review Board meeting, January 8, 2013. Their comments are: a proposed new parking area must comply with all stormwater regulations. The parking pad must have enough room for a bus turnaround. All animal enclosures must adhere to state and federal guidelines. Add evergreen screening along Hopewell Road. The owner has agreed to work with Mark Law, the city arborist, to determine the location and grouping and plant type of landscape screening. A building permit is required for the bathroom building. Complete building plans and landscaping plans will be required for review. Numbers and types of animals should be indicated, and the owner has agreed not to utilize outdoor lighting. In terms of the environmental site analysis, staff has received the applicant's environmental site analysis on January 17, 2013. The proposed site does not contain wetlands, steep slopes, or sensitive plant and animal species. The southern property line is bound by Chicken Creek, which is a state water, as well as Starnes Lake, which is a U.S. Soils Conservation Lake. The site plan indicates compliance with the required city and state stream buffers and non-impervious setback. The proposed use will not impact any historical or archaeological entities. City arborists. Existing trees that remain throughout the site. Undisturbed buffers shall be required to be planted to buffer standards where sparsely vegetated. Use permit considerations. In the interest of the public health, safety, and welfare, the Mayor and City Council may exercise limited discretion in evaluating the site proposed for use that requires a use permit. In exercising such discretion pertaining to the subject use, the Mayor and City Council shall consider each of the following as outlined in Section 64-1552 of the zoning ordinance, use permit considerations. Staff has reviewed said items pertaining to the subject use and offers the following comments. A, whether the proposed use is consistent with the land use or economic development plans adopted by the Mayor and City Council. The proposed primate and exotic preserve is not consistent with the intent and following policies of the City of Milton 2030 Comprehensive Plan, which states, we will encourage development that is sensitive to the overall setting of the community and will contribute to our community's character and sense of place. We will consider potential impacts to air and water quality in making decisions on new developments and transportation improvements, and we will steer new development away from sensitive natural resource areas. The City of Milton 2030 Comprehensive Plan recommends that the subject site be developed as agricultural, equestrian, and estate residential. The subject site is located within the central Milton character area, and the plan further states the following regarding this area. New development should match the typical densities found within this area and should minimize undesirable impacts on surrounding rural or agricultural uses. Significant site features such as view sheds and environmentally sensitive areas should be enlisted as amenities that shape identity and character of new development within this character area. Therefore, it is staff's opinion that expansion of the existing use will negatively impact the existing development pattern within central Milton. Compatibility with land uses and zoning districts in the vicinity of the property for which the use permit is proposed. The additional generated traffic into the property, noise, and inconsistency with surrounding properties may have a negative impact. The proposed primate and exotic animal preserve is not compatible with land uses adjacent and nearby the subject property area, which are primarily estate residential and scattered agricultural uses. If developed in accordance with staff's recommended conditions and the provisions of the zoning ordinance, staff recommends only the raising, breeding, importing, and selling of requested exotic animals utilizing the existing infrastructure on the site, and not the proposed primate and exotic animal preserve, which includes the building of 20 additional animal enclosures. The number and type of animals should only be those that are indicated on the Georgia DNR license, which is valid through March 31st, 2013. These are reflected in the recommended conditions, and not the alternate conditions. C, whether the proposed use may violate local, state, and/or federal statutes, ordinances, or regulations governing land development. The proposed use may not violate any known local, state, and/or federal statutes, ordinances, or regulations governing land development if approved with the recommended conditions. In addition to land development regulations, the city is dependent upon state and federal agencies to ensure compliance with their regulations as described in the proposed use permit standards for exotic animals. At the end of this report is a letter from the Georgia DNR stating that the applicant is in compliance with their current license as of January 7, 2013. D, the effect of the proposed use on traffic flow, vehicular and pedestrian, along adjoining streets. The proposed use should not create congestion along Hopewell Road if approved with the recommended conditions. The required site distance for the site exceeds the minimum required, which is 550 feet looking to the east and 800 feet looking to the west. The Public Works Department has included a condition that if traffic on an existing driveway exceeds 29 daily trips, the driveway shall be modified to meet standards in the City of Milton Code of Ordinances. The Milton Trail Plan is not located on either side of Hopewell Road. E, the location and number of off-street parking spaces. As indicated in the site plan analysis, there is no specific requirement for this or similar use in the zoning ordinance. The applicant has estimated the maximum number of cars and/or buses that may be on the property at one time. The site plan indicates a total of 9 parking spaces, which are located on the site per the Northwest Fulton Overlay District requirements. In addition, the proposed parking will be gravel with the exception of the required handicap parking space. F, the amount and location of open space. The applicant's site plan indicates that almost the entire subject site remains undeveloped. Staff is of the opinion that the proposed development will provide adequate open space for the proposed development. G, protective screening. If developed in accordance with the requirements of the zoning ordinance, the existing wooded area and sparsely vegetated areas planted to buffer standards may provide adequate screening to the adjacent AG1 agricultural zone properties if approved for the existing use on the property and not for the proposed primate and exotic animal preserve with the additional animal enclosures. H, hours and manner of operation. The applicant has not stated the hours of operation for the animal preserve, but the use permit standards only allow operations between the hours of 7:30 a.m. to 7:30 p.m. Outdoor lighting, the applicant has indicated to the design review board there will be no on-premise lighting on the site. A condition will be included that will reflect that there will be no on-premise lighting. J, ingress and egress to the property. The applicant's site plan indicates 1 curb cut on Hopewell Road and the site distance is acceptable in either direction on Hopewell Road. The driveway will be required to be improved to provide for two-way traffic if the alternate conditions are approved by the mayor and city council. Conclusion. The staff concludes that the proposed primate and exotic animal preserve is inconsistent with comprehensive plan policies and recommendations, some use permit considerations, and lastly, incompatible with the surrounding area. Therefore, staff recommends that the subject site be developed with the existing condition of 5 animal enclosures and other associated structures currently utilized on the site to house the current inventory of animals as licensed by the Georgia Department of Natural Resources, last amended on 12/3/12. If the site is developed in accordance with the requirements of the zoning ordinance and staff's recommended conditions, staff recommends approval conditional of U12-01 for the existing conditions of the subject site. Alternate conditions are also provided at the end of this report if the mayor and city council so chooses to approve the use permit as requested by the applicant. In terms of the staff's recommended conditions, number 1, to the owner's agreement to restrict the use of the subject property as follows. A, restrict the use of the subject property to allow the keeping, rehabilitation, breeding, or maintaining of exotic or wild animals as depicted on sheet 1 of 3 of the revised site plan received by the Community Development Department on January 4th, 2013, which depicts the existing conditions of the site, which includes 5 existing animal enclosures and 2 existing barns related to the use on the subject site. B, the following species shall not be permitted on the site, either temporarily or permanently. Should be noted that these species are listed via reference to the categories of existing animals listed in Article 6, Division 2 of the City of Milton Zoning Ordinance, Section 64-1. And these categories are as follows. And again, these, what I'm going to read is our proposed list of species not to be permitted. 1, primates, no large primates. 2, lions, tigers, bobcats, lynx, cougars, leopards, jaguars, but not domestic felidae. 3, wolves, coyotes, foxes, jackals, but not domestic canidae. All bears, all venomous snakes, all constricting snakes, alligators, crocodiles, elephants, hyenas, hippopotamuses, giraffes, camels, not cattle or swine or sheep or goats. I'm on category 10 now. Raccoons, coitus. 12, rhinoceros, tapirs. 13, anteaters, sloths, armadillos, and finally 14, mongooses, civets, and genets. Now, the following species and numbers shall be permitted on the site, and these species and numbers come directly from the Georgia DNR permit, which is currently in place and which expires 3/31 of this year. And so these species and number which shall be permitted include 9 ring-tailed lemurs, 5 white-headed capuchins, 3 red-ruffed lemurs, 3 Brazilian tufted capuchins, 1 cinnamon capuchin, 2 spot-nosed guenons, 2 DeRoz's monkeys, 2 spider monkeys, 2 Eurasian eagle owls, and 4 albino wallabies. Staff recommended conditions continued. 2, to the owner's agreement to abide by the following. To the revised site plan, sheet 1 of 3, existing conditions received by the City of Milton Community Development Department on January 4th, 2013. Said site plan is conceptual only and must meet or exceed the requirements of the zoning ordinance and these conditions prior to the approval of a land disturbance permit. Unless otherwise noted herein, compliance with all conditions shall be in place prior to the issuance of the first certificate of occupancy. B, at which time the applicant submits a change in number and/or types of animals to the Georgia DNR, a copy shall be provided to the Director of Community Development. 3, to the owner's agreement to the following site development considerations: to provide a 10-foot landscape strip along Hopewell Road planted to buffer standards. Now, we've also listed alternate conditions which reflect what the applicant has applied for. And they are as follows. To the owner's agreement to restrict the use of the subject property as follows. Restrict the use of the subject property to allow the exhibition, display, keeping, rehabilitation, breeding, or maintaining of exotic or wild animals as depicted on sheet 2 of 3 of the revised site plan received by the Community Development Department on March 8, 2013, which include 5 existing animal enclosures and 2 existing barns related to the use on the subject site. Also included are an additional 20 proposed animal enclosures. B, the following species shall not be permitted on the site either temporarily or permanently. And again, these species are listed via reference to the categories that are listed under the exotic animals of Article 6, Division 2 of the City of Milton Zoning Ordinance. And these categories are as follows. And again, it's proposed that these not be permitted. Category 1, primates. No large primates such as chimpanzees and baboons. 2, lions, tigers, bobcats, lynx, cougars. Leopards, jaguars, but not domesticated felidae. 4, all bears. 5, all venomous snakes, all constricting snakes. 6, alligators, crocodiles. 7, elephants. 9, hippopotamuses, giraffes. And then category 12, rhinoceros, tapirs. So those were prohibited. Now, under C, the following species and numbers shall be permitted on the site. And these species, again, listed in categories that are contained within the exotic animal definition of our zoning ordinance. And they are as follows. The Category 1, primates, monkeys. Each primate species to be allowed 15 of each species. And again, however, staff does note that the number of species is not listed. 3, wolves, coyotes, foxes, jackals. A total of 5 from that category is proposed be allowed. Under Category 8, hyenas, a total of 2. Under Category 9, camels, a total of 3. Category 10, raccoons and coatis, a total of 10. Under 11, kangaroos and opossum, a total of 10. Under Category 13, anteaters, sloths, armadillos, a total of 4. And then under Category 14, mongooses, civets, and genets, a total of 4 be allowed. 2, to the owner's agreement to abide by the following. To the revised site plan, sheet 2 of 3, received by the Community Development Department, said site plan is conceptual only and must meet or exceed the requirements of the zoning ordinance. Unless otherwise noted herein, compliance with all conditions shall be in place prior to the issuance of the first certificate of occupancy. B, at which time the applicant submits a change in number and or type of animals to the Georgia DNR, a copy shall be provided to the Director of Community Development. 3, to the owner's agreement to the following site development considerations. Access to the site shall be subject to the approval of the City of Milton Department of Public Works prior to the issuance of a business license, land disturbance permit, subdivision plat, or certificate of occupancy, whichever comes first. Entrances shall conform to Chapter 48 streets, sidewalks, and other public places of the City of Milton Code of Ordinances, or be reconstructed to meet such criteria as required by the Department of Public Works. At a minimum, the following shall apply. If traffic on existing driveway exceeds 29 daily trips, driveway shall be modified to meet standards of the City of Milton Code of Ordinances. 2, driveway shall be modified to provide for a minimum width for two-way traffic. And then B, to provide a 10-foot landscape strip along Hopewell Road planted to buffer standards. And that is my presentation, Mr. Mayor. And
Okay, thank you. Matt, if you don't mind, before I open up to questions and then open this public hearing, I'd like to give, I did, for the record, had received a letter from a citizen questioning the ability for Councilmember Kuntz to stay in this decision or abstain, and I wanted to give Councilmember Kuntz an opportunity to address that.
Yeah, in full disclosure, I just want to make everyone aware that in the past I have had a business relationship with the applicant. I did consult with our city attorneys several weeks ago to see if I can even vote on the issue. Based on the details, it has been determined by the attorneys that none of the facts pertaining to this vote and any prior relationship constitute a conflict of interest. Seeing as such, I would direct anyone with questions pertaining to the issue to the city attorney, and I suggest that we move on with the vote.
Okay. Mr. George, you any comment on that?
I concur with that. I stand behind my opinion.
Okay. Thank you very much. Before I open the public hearing, is there any questions right now for Ms. Field? Joe?
Yeah, I did have one. Kathy, when you were going through the list of permitted and not permitted, I think I might have gotten confused because I thought you said under Canada that you specifically were excluding certain species, but then on the permitted list, it looked like there was a conflict there, and I just wanted to make sure.
Okay. Now, is this under the staff recommendations or the alternate recommendations?
This was at the very, I think it was under the alternate, yeah.
Okay.
It was one of the last slides that we saw.
Oh, okay. Then that would be under alternate. So let's see.
I think it's your page 29.
Yeah. And you're under Canada, which are the wolves, coyotes, foxes, and jackals?
Right.
All right. So I'm looking at C, which are the following species shall be permitted on the site. And under Category 3, wolves, coyotes, foxes, jackals, for a total of 5. And that's Category 3. Now, Category 3 is not listed under the species shall not be permitted. So Category 3 was not under the prohibited ones, but Category 3 was included under the allowed species.
Oh, okay.
Under the alternate conditions.
Under the alternate conditions.
Okay.
That's
All
right.
Thank you.
Are you all set? Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, are there any other questions before we open the public hearing? Okay, if not, we'll open the public hearing, and first we'll allow those speaking in support of this application.
Our first speaker comes from Don Rollator.
Mayor, members of the council, I'm Don Rollator. My address, 11660 Alpharetta Highway, Suite 630, Roswell, Georgia. I'm here tonight on behalf of Dean Ripel. Dean is in the audience. Also is David Burry, who is our professional consultant and site plan designer, and Dr. Gary Innocent, who's our DVM who treats the pets. Basically, Dean Ripel bought this property in 1999. Since then, he has lived there, raised primates, raised wallabies, and raised 2 children. The use of the property was a lawful use in Fulton County and is a legal non-conforming use in the city of Milton. You have a copy of the opinion from your city attorney. Just as a matter of legal announcement, you can go to sleep while I'm doing this, applicant property owner asserts his legal rights to continue the existing use of the property. Nothing in this presentation or in the use permit application shall be construed in any way to waive, alter, or vary those vested rights on the non-conforming use. Now that the announcement's over, let's address the staff report. Applicant has withdrawn both variance requests. We don't need any variances. The site plan Mr. Burry has prepared is in compliance with the ordinances that affect it. Parking has been provided for as required by the ordinance. The parking area is gravel so that we have pervious surface. The site plan complies with all of the city and state stream buffers and non-impervious setbacks. The staff report states there's no impact to historical or architectural sites. The use, it says, doesn't violate any state, local, or federal ordinance. We have all required state and federal permits. The inspections have been conducted on both in 2013, and the applicant is fully compliant without exception. One thing I need to explain to you, on a state permit, when you obtain it, it lists the species of animals and the numbers. The reason it does that is because that's what they count on the site that day. If the applicant wants that permit changed, he calls the state back out there, they do a head count, and they add in what he has then or delete what he doesn't have. So it's entirely discretionary with the applicant so long as it meets the criteria that the animals are cared for and there aren't too many for the site. So it's not an issue. It's just an inventory of what you have. The site distances from the driveway exceed the required minimums. Staff notes that almost the entire site remains undeveloped. I think that's a very important consideration and will provide adequate open space for the proposed use. The only planned permanent improvements on this 20-plus acres is an 800-square-foot restroom and 1 paved parking spot, which is a handicap spot. The rest is gravel and has no impact. It's not a condition at this point in time, but we have agreed that there will be no outside lighting on this project. This activity, which basically changes nothing, will not interrupt any view sheds, nor will it change the character of the area. Right now, in the immediate area, people raise, breed, buy, and sell horses, cattle, donkeys, llamas, goats, sheep, chickens, and alpacas. If those uses are in compliance with the comprehensive plan, then it's my opinion that so is this use. The applicant has had the opportunity to review the conditions proposed by staff. The staff proposed conditions are not acceptable to the applicant. The applicant has reviewed the alternative conditions. A couple of those are fine. Number 2 is all right. There's one that troubles us considerably, and that is a requirement in the alternate conditions to expand the driveway. With the anticipated use of this property, there's absolutely no reason to add any impervious surface to this property whatsoever. It's a concrete driveway now. It's more than sufficient. You don't want to expand the opening. You don't want to expand the entranceway. You don't want to do anything that changes the rural character of this area. I think we need to address the concern on the fencing. The black-clad fencing applies to perimeter fencing and to settlement ponds, sedimentation ponds, and retention ponds that can be viewed by the public. The enclosures on this property cannot be viewed by the public. You can't tell me what kind of fence is around it as you're driving up Hopewell Road at 40 to 45 to maybe a little quicker miles an hour. It's better for the animals if it's not black-clad. So my statement to you in opening is basically this. Everything that Dean Riepel has done for the last 14 years is what he proposes to do now. It has had zero impact on his community. Houses continue to sell. People continue to move in. Lots of the people that would object to this are here within the last 3 to 4 years. There has been no impact on the community. We're requesting that you give this legal nonconforming use a permit and make it a perfectly legal use that the city would have some input into controlling. At this point in time, we'd like to reserve our time for rebuttal, except to answer any questions you have. Thank you.
Okay. We have anyone else speaking in support?
Yes, we do. Our next speaker comes from David Burry.
We'll reserve his time for rebuttal. He's our engineer.
Okay.
All right. Mr. Ed Parsons.
Hi, my name is Ed Parsons. I live at 1760 Red Road in Milton. I'm an agricultural landowner, and I support Dean Riepel's application for a land use permit. I acknowledge and understand that there's some people in Milton that just don't agree with him keeping animals in cages. It is what it is, But the bottom line is he has a right to do that. Everything that we've heard so far, he's compliant with all the laws, all the regulations, state and federal levels. There's no violations anywhere. Some of the people that have been complaining about things talk about traffic and talk about water quality and talk about noise. None of that stuff has been substantiated yet. So, all I say is look at the history of what's gone on there. 14 years, has never had a violation about safety, has never been cited for any violation of environmental issues, has never been cited for an animal care violation. He has always complied with every law to the letter of the law. So, Mayor and City Council, all I ask is that you follow the existing land use and animal keeping rules and regulations. You don't need to rewrite the laws that are already in place. Although not everyone agrees with what the farmer wants to do, we have to respect his desire to use the property to his interest. Thank you.
The next speaker comes from Ed Parsons. Shelley. Shelley Marco.
Good evening. I'm Shelley Margo. I live at 15146 Hopewell Road. I run a special needs equestrian program, and I'm in support of Ed. That's what I have to say. Thank you.
And then our last comment comes from Anna Fraker, F-R-A-K-E-R.
We'll reserve that for
okay.
She doesn't agree with you.
My name is Anna Fraker. I live at 440 Northfields Pass, Milton. I'd like to start out that on December 4th, I got an email from an Amy stating sign this petition against an exotic zoo. I read the email. It seemed a little, to me, my opinion, a little like a witch hunt. It seemed very uninformed about poop and noises and Ebola and monkeypox. And so I replied to the email saying I'm not opposed. Please remove my name. I then received an email from my kids' elementary school PTA saying if you'd like to be removed from the PTA, this is the way to do so. So then I look back at the email, the original email that came from this Amy that I did not know, I have never met, and so the email looked like it came from the Summit Hill PTA. I immediately called Ms. Murphy and Mr. Webb, the people, the principal and the vice principal. Yes, thank you. I'm very nervous. And they said that the email list had been infiltrated illegally, and they were completely not opposed. They knew nothing of it, and it shouldn't have looked like it came from Summit Hill. So there goes how I met Dean. In turn, I was just concerned how the whole humanity of the whole thing was going down, how it seemed, again, like a witch hunt against this man and what he has been doing for 14 years on 20 acres, everything that we talk about in Milton, how, some people live in a subdivision and some people don't want that. I would just hate if I had a bunch of land to be, so hated or whatever. So in turn, I got in touch with him, and I had 10 minutes out of my day. I went by to see what everyone was so opposed to, and maybe
you have
I was
1 minute remaining.
Okay, I was to see if I was opposed to it also. It was a wonderful property. I know if any of you have ever been out there and seen his animals, first of all, his monkeys are tiny. I have cats bigger than that. It was a wonderful place. In turn, I brought my kids back. I brought my husband back. We spent hours there. My kids were so impressed. And it was just a lovely, clean place. I didn't see anything wrong with it. When we were leaving, my daughter, my 8-year-old, said, "You know what, Mom, at school we're learning about prejudice."
30 seconds.
And she said, I believe people are prejudiced against this guy because they just don't know what he is about, and that's what prejudice is being against something that you don't really know much about. And I believe that is great coming from an 8-year-old. Horses poop more than monkeys. Noise, as far as noise goes, there's roosters behind my house that make more noise. If we're going to go against noise, then I say get rid of all roosters in Milton. And also, I would just like to say that the opinions and prejudice should not override the law. And I'm in favor of having a gem like Mr. Riopel's property in Milton. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, is that all we have in?
That's all we have in support.
Okay, I'll open it up to those in opposition.
Our first comment comes from Amy Stepancic.
Good evening. I am Amy Stepancic, and I reside at 810 Fox Hollow Run. I stand here representing the residents of Greystone Farms, Sunnybrook Farms, Milton, and other outlying areas who are opposed to the applicant's request. You have received numerous emails and letters from these community members, your constituents. You have had an opportunity to review the Milton staff recommendations regarding the applicant's request. I want to point out that the alternative conditions mentioned in the staff report were not being recommended by the staff. They were presented as alternatives based on the applicant's request. The staff of Milton has recommended conditional approval for the applicant's use permit. The Planning Commission voted to deny the applicant's use permit. The applicant's request is not aligned with Milton's comprehensive land use plan. Tonight is important to all of us. Your voting and decision process will not only bring a degree of closure to this entire roadside zoo issue, but will also set a precedent to other Milton residents who wish to own wild animals. Back in November of 2012, the community was given the opportunity to directly ask the applicant questions about his proposal. He indicated that he owned approximately 100 wild animals, half of which had just been relocated to a location not owned by him for the winter. The permit issued by the Georgia Department of Natural Resources, the DNR, on March 27, 2012, which I have a copy of, indicates that the applicant owned 33 wild animals. I urge you to ask the applicant to explain the difference between the 100 versus the 33 animals. A DNR permit is issued for each type of species and the related number of those species. The applicant is required to inform the DNR of changes in these species and/or numbers. Two species which the applicant told us via email that he owned, vervets and white-fronted brown lemurs, are not even listed on the DNR inventory. How will Milton know which animals are on this property if DNR doesn't even have a current list? Our understanding is that despite numerous requests by the city, the applicant has failed to provide an itemized inventory of owned wild animals. The applicant's attorney has indicated that he and his client have only had a couple minutes to prepare a listing of all animal species to the city, including numbers he planned to obtain for a zoo. Therefore, the applicant included wild canines, wolves, coyotes, and jackals, and hyenas as well. However, a letter dated November 26, 2012 from the applicant to residents within a quarter of a mile of his home indicates his plans for a zoo and references the desire to have these canines. It appears that it has been planned all along. These canines, hyenas, kangaroos, and wallabies on the applicant's list are all considered by the state to be inherently dangerous animals. I would also be interested in you asking the applicant how much liability insurance he currently carries for his currently inherently dangerous animals. The DNR also requires this. The applicant has a history of noncompliance. During 2012, he requested a variance to install the 6-foot fence along the right-of-way that was required by the USDA. He stated that the fence was to protect the safety, health, and welfare of the citizens of Milton. The fence was approved last July and to this date has still not been installed. Apparently, the safety, health, and welfare of all of us is not a priority to the applicant. And what did he mean by this? What dangers exist? Georgia also requires a permit holder to have a local business license. The applicant has been engaged in the business of buying and selling animals for 14 years at his current residence. The applicant's attorney confirmed that the applicant did not have and has never had a business license related to these animals. We have confirmed with Fulton County that this has always been required even prior to the corporation of the City of Milton. How can this be explained? The applicant has failed to report 2 escapes. One wallaby was found in a neighbor's yard and has been killed by that neighbor's dog. The applicant's attorney told us the dogs must have killed the wallaby and carried it back over the fence. Domesticated dogs typically kill for pleasure and not for food, therefore would have no reason to go to the trouble of carrying a wallaby back over the fence. Nobody witnessed this activity. Related parties only saw the aftermath. Is it possible that a fence was open and the wallaby got out on its own? It's an escape nonetheless. According to Dr. Joe Gaston, who had been the applicant's vet of record and whose property abuts the applicant's, and I quote, "One of his monkeys entered my basement and made a mess, and that same monkey ended up dying of a Yersinia infection." And as an aside, the Yersinia bacteria is a precursor to the bubonic plague. As a veterinarian and neighbor, I find this inappropriate and unacceptable to the safety of our neighborhood. This situation can be dangerous since primates carry diseases that can be passed on to humans, and many of these wild animals are dangerous and misunderstood and very hard to domesticate. Prior to Dr. Gaston's discovery, flyers circulated.
5 minutes remaining.
Flyers circulated Sunnybrook Farms asking for assistance in locating this animal. A copy of this flyer may be found in the binder that we provided to all City Council members as well as the mayor. The applicant's attorney told us that a federal inspector left a cage open, resulting in the escape. We spoke with the USDA and were told that their inspectors are mandated by law to accompany all permit holders at all times during the inspection and are not allowed to touch the cages. Regardless of the circumstances, an escape occurred. Permit holders are required to notify DNR of any escapes. However, per my request, I have a letter dated March 6, 2013 from the DNR which states that we, quote, "do not show any records by the permittee that were submitted to special permit unit for any escapes." The applicant has a history of noncompliance. Many experts agree that past behavior is a good predictor of future behavior. If the state has turned a blind eye to the applicant's lack of self-reporting for escapes, documentation, animal inventory updates, and business licenses, how comfortable can Milton be with this reliance? DNR is focused on issuing fishing and hunting licenses, and the USDA on keeping our food supply safe. The monitoring of a roadside zoo is small potatoes to them. We have been circulating an online petition in opposition to the applicant's use permit and roadside zoo request. The target group is you, Mr. Mayor, and council members. As of this morning, there were 442 signatures, 393 of which were from Milton residents. I have a copy of this for your review. The applicant has been quoted as saying that his neighbors have always been great about his animals. His neighbors have been extremely tolerant over the years. They've chosen to remain silent for 14 years when monkey screeching and lemur calls have been overpowering nuisances. Only when the zoo issue arose did they voice concerns. Once the applicant saw the overwhelming resistance by his neighbors, whether it be regarding the opening of the zoo or any commercial type of business, increasing the number or species of animals, noise problems, environmental risks, spreading of disease, or devaluation of their properties, one would think that the applicant might either revise his plan or relocate it to a more open, non-residential area. I beg you to consider this. Owning wild animals affects all of us and not just one citizen. Are you willing to risk the well-being of all your constituents for the need and desires of one man? We urge you to deny this request. Thank you for your time and attention.
Our next comment comes from Jack Linden. There's 2 minutes, 19 seconds on the clock.
Thank you. Hi, my name is Jack Linden. I live at 14810 East Bluff Road, and I wanted to start out by saying that you all know that I'm chairman of the Milton Grows Green Environmental Committee, but I'm speaking tonight as a private citizen and not in their behalf. I wanted to talk to you about zoonotic diseases. I think you probably heard about that a little bit during the process of this application, but I think you need to know a little bit about that to consider this application. I first became interested in zoonotic diseases 20 years ago when I came here to Georgia to take a job at Kimberly-Clark Corporation. My background is cell biology and blood chemistry, and I was asked to set up a research lab for doing blood research. That company was pretty conservative, and they wouldn't let me use human blood, so we decided we would use animal blood, and they didn't really like that idea either. So we had to do a lot of research to find out just what was going on with zoonotic diseases. Now, fortunately, to do animal blood research, you need to get blood from domesticated animals. That's the kind of research we were doing. So all we had to find out was about the kind of diseases that can come from horses and cows and that sort of thing. So I did the research on that, and basically what I wanted to tell you is that zoonotic diseases are diseases that come from animals to human beings. Now, most infectious diseases are in fact zoonotic diseases. 60% of all infectious diseases are zoonotic. They come from animals to humans in various ways. They exist in hosts. They exist in what are called reservoirs and in vectors. Hosts are animals that get the disease and exhibit symptoms to the disease. Reservoirs are animals that get the disease, carry the disease, but don't exhibit any symptoms. And vectors are animals that simply transmit the disease from one animal to another, such as mosquitoes and bats, for example. Now, it turns out, as I said, that a lot of the diseases we deal with today are, in fact, zoonotic diseases. I'll give you a brief list here: Lyme disease, Q fever, Ebola, bubonic plague, Spanish flu, bird flu, SARS, HIV, AIDS, monkeypox, bovine tuberculosis, West Nile virus, malaria, dengue fever, yellow fever, rabies, hantavirus, and anthrax. Now, a lot of those diseases are pretty serious diseases. Fortunately, almost none of them exist in domesticated animals, but they do exist in wild animals and exotic animals. Most of those diseases that I listed came from animals like the sorts that are being proposed for the zoo, primates primarily. The way that these pathogens work, the way that these diseases work, there are three different types of pathogens that exist that can be transmitted from animal to animal. The two most common ones are bacteria and viruses. The serious thing about that is that both bacteria and viruses can mutate very, very quickly. So what happens is
We've now carried on for an extra minute. I need to go ahead and stop the clock and get an action of the council if we're going to extend the time.
Let me ask our city clerk, how many more comments?
We have 3 more in opposition, sir. Yes.
I'm going to ask the council to give us, a total of 5 more minutes, which we're into 1 minute now.
That would be, so six additional minutes?
I was going to say 5 additional.
Right, 5 from here, but 6 from the 10.
No, 5
from there.
Okay, so we've got 4 more minutes.
4 more minutes.
And then we'll also give that to those in favor, if that's okay with the council.
That would be a motion. Do we need a vote on that to increase by 4 minutes.
We typically have done without exception, that's fine, we'll just have to let the clerk know when she
Okay.
does.
We're good.
Okay,
At
so
5 minutes to the record, 1 minute's taken off.
the current speaker plus the 3 remaining have a total of 4 minutes,
4 minutes.
collectively. Correct. Okay.
Thank you. Okay, well, I'll make this quick and wrap it up. What I wanted to say, I won't go into some of the mechanisms by which these diseases are transmitted and how easily they are transmitted, but I want to point out that there's been an explosion in these kinds of zoonotic diseases over the last 50 years. And one of the reasons that the scientific community speculates this is happening is because of the huge explosion in the human population. We're at 7 billion people now. We're predicted to be at 10 billion in 25 years. That increase in population has put a tremendous pressure on the environment and on the places where these wild and exotic animals live. And that has caused a lot of interaction between humans and these animals, and that's where you begin to get these transmission of diseases. I think in the case of this zoo, it would concern me a lot. If I had children, I wouldn't want them to go there and be exposed to the animals.
3 minutes remaining.
And particularly if I don't know exactly what kind of precautions are going to be taken. And this is not, I would assume this is not going to be handled as a professional zoo would with very serious enclosures around the animals.
Okay. Thank you.
Our next speaker comes from Robert Hargraves. You have 2 minutes, 43 seconds.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. Thanks for your service, first of all. Let's just quickly, so much has been said. I'm going to look at my notes here. I've lived next to Dean and his family for 12 years. We've been good neighbors. You know, I want to put this on a personal level. Most of our time is spent keeping up our farm, working to buy it, to provide the kids for my place, to provide my kids a place to have horses, etc. And I'm really concerned about my property values. I just can't imagine putting in a monkey zoo that's larger than it already was and having our property values increase. So just really concerned about our property values. That's where most of our family's assets are, is in that farm. I think it's important to point out we don't want to harm Dean in his dream. I think this goes over the line when it harms everyone else's. When it goes from a small hobby farm to more of a commercial operation, this is just going to be out of control. It's really going to impact us. I think safety-wise, too, particularly with my kids and horses, you know, if one of the little animals gets loose, or one of the big ones, for heaven's sakes, I can't believe we're even talking about jackals and hyenas and things like that. You know, somebody's going to get hurt. You know, horses are spook animals. They're herd animals.
1.5 minutes left.
So there's going to be some safety issues here. Things have gotten out in the past. It hasn't been a big deal. But with where they're headed, there's no way that this can't be a liability for us. This is just amazing. I think also, if it expands at all, you're going to have some problems with regulating this. I mean, these guys are experienced hobbyists. But if you have any kind of animal herpes outbreak or anything that this gentleman was mentioning, how are we going to quickly control any of that? And then we also have just commerce concerns. It was mentioned several times that he's been selling monkeys for years, and while I respect that, to take it to a new level, it's just going to create all kinds of problems. So, you know, this is our home, it's our dream. We want them to have theirs, but not at our expense. This is, you know, we've moved from technically correct to
It's 30 seconds
unreasonable.
remaining.
So appreciate your time, and just ask that you would protect our interests as well.
Mr.
Thank you.
Hargraves, can you please state your address for the record?
14225 Hopewell Road. And it's important to point out that I probably joined Dean more than anyone, and we get to see the whole spread there. So it is you know, seen. It's not buffered that well. Thank you.
So we have 22 seconds remaining and 2 more comments in opposition.
Okay, and we may choose, in fact, I'll go ahead and we want to add another 2 minutes. Is council interested in that? I'd like to, everybody's been here this long, I'd like to give them an opportunity to at least speak if they have, as well as the other side will give the additional time too. If council's okay with adding a couple of, I'm going to say 3 more minutes if we've got 2 people. Okay. Okay.
So 2 more minutes.
3 more.
Three more, so 18.
Our next comment comes from Mary O'Brien.
I'm Mary O'Brien, 14195 Hopewell Road. We also abut Dean's property, and we are very much opposed to this exotic zoo. And to rebut what the what the lawyer said about the noise and the not bothering our lifestyle is not true. We've lived there for 21 years, and as the years progressed, the noise got extremely irritating, and it was very, very bad. So I'd like to say that I had a whole thing to read here, but I don't have much time, so I'm trying to just get it in. But we are very frightened about these wild animals. We have 8 grandchildren that play out in the yard. The wallaby was killed right next to our house. We know that the donkeys have been out on the road. There was a black plague in one of his type Bacterium Yersinia species that was discovered in one of his monkeys.
2 minutes remaining.
We know that the events of the animals escaping have happened. We would like to see this exotic zoo turned down for our safety, our children's safety, for our neighbors. If you pass this, can you guarantee that my 8 little grandchildren playing in our backyard will be safe from these wild animals? With Mr. Riopol's mistakes in the past with his zookeeping and the escapes, can you guarantee that this won't happen again? If you allow him to have this zoo, will you be at peace with your decision if one of these animals escapes and injures one of our children or your neighbor's grandchildren or even an adult? We're hopeful you will agree with us on this and make the right choice in this very serious matter. We also hope that our decision to establish the City of Milton will fulfill the promise made to us to have a local government that will heed the concerns and needs of the people it governs, your neighbors and your friends. This does not comply with the comprehensive use that we hoped that we would have in Milton, and I hope you will consider this. It's a danger to our neighborhood. Thank you.
Thank you.
Our final speaker comes from Gwinnett Haynes.
Hello, my name is Gwinnett Haynes. I live at 2375 Saddle Springs Drive, Milton, Sunnybrook Farms. His attorney, Mr.
30 seconds.
I'm sorry. Mr. Riopel's attorney referenced wallabies, primates, and children that he raised. Well, that does not compare to hyenas and wolves. Are you serious? I drank the Kool-Aid, and I bought into Milton being horse country. And to allow this man to bring in wolves and hyenas, if we put this in the documents, he has every right to come back and put these on the property. And I fear for my life, my children's lives. We already have a problem with wolves in our neighborhood, so to add insult to injury by letting him have some. He is a hobbyist, and no one's complaining about what he has now. Why can't he keep what he has now? I have no qualms with him. I don't want to make any rifts with my neighbors, but can you please consider us that live in this neighborhood? He's making money selling. Okay, keep doing it. But why do you have to expand on this? Are we going to be wild safari out here in Milton? I thought this was horse country. I don't want to be like LaGrange. And I take my kids there. I take a travel. I don't want to go around the corner for LaGrange. Thank you very much.
Right. Thank you very much. Okay, I think we've had a total
8 minutes and 21 seconds.
8 minutes and 21 seconds. So if there's anyone else that would speak in approval of this application, you're welcome to. Got more time.
I will be very brief on behalf of the applicant. There are 2 issues in this zoning. One is supposition and worry. The other is history. I would suggest to the City Council that the history of this application of this property is it has no history of noncompliance. It has never been cited by the federal or the state government. It has not been attended prior to the filing application by any officer on behalf of the City of Milton. There have been no complaints. There's been no issue. What may happen, what might happen, and what 14 years of history tell us has happened are 2 entirely different stories. I think the city of Milton has an opportunity here to create a situation wherein the operation is defined as opposed to how it's not defined right now, and to benefit all of its citizens as well as its applicant. The applicant is a citizen. He's been a citizen 14 years. He's let everyone see this property that wants to. Last time I was with him, he was approached by a lady with a special needs child, and she says, "My child loves monkeys. May I please come see them?" Dean gave her his phone number and said, "My door's open when you're ready." That's the kind of person he is. Not one drop of harm has come from this. So I ask your kind consideration. If you have questions of us, we'll try and answer them. Other than that, we would close and appreciate your consideration. Thank you.
Okay, are there any more comments? If not, I will close the public hearing and open this matter up for council discussion and questions, both staff or the applicant. Before we get started, I'd like to say this is a tough decision that all of us here have to make. We've got, on one hand, we've got our citizens who we represent that have concerns. We've heard lots of concerns and have lots of feedback. We've also got a property owner here that has had his property for several years and has used it, and I feel we need to respect his rights also. So I feel it's incumbent upon us as a mayor and council to come up with a decision, and it may not make everybody happy, and I don't know what that decision is going to be, but that takes everything into consideration. So my point is, whatever we come to tonight, I want to let everybody know that it's a lot of hard research and thoughts and considerations and all that. So I believe, on one side there's a connotation that, when I hear the words exotic animal zoo and a picture, flashing lights and cars pulling in and out and lions and tigers and hyenas and wolves and things like that. And I think some people are concerned about that. I think we're, on the flip side, I think we've got somebody that has a use and has been using this property for years and just wants to be legal and expand on that since the city has come up with an ordinance. So I think we all need to keep that in mind, and I'm going to open it up for council discussion and questions, and I'll start with Councilmember Longoria.
Yeah, I just wanted to just sort of make sure everybody's on the right page in terms of what outcomes could potentially come from the vote and the discussion itself, and I wanted to ask get Ken's opinion on this. I mean, essentially, we can vote to approve a special use permit, and we could vote to approve it in two ways. Either, well, let me just say that another way. We can vote to approve a special use permit that has any number of different criteria associated with it, whether it's the staff's recommendation, whether it's the alternate recommendations, or whether it's a set of recommendations that we come up with on our own.
I agree with that.
Okay?
Yes.
The second is we could not approve a special use permit, and it's in this particular area that I want to get some clarification. Currently, the applicant is what we would call legal non-conforming use of his property. Is that correct?
That is my opinion,
Okay.
yes.
So by not approving a special use permit, we would be leaving him in a legal non-conforming use status. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. So any vote to approve a special use permit, we convert that into a legal conforming status, correct?
Well said.
Okay. Just want to make sure I understood.
Good point. I had the same concern.
Karen?
I've just got one other question for staff. The first speaker in opposition, Ms. Stepancic, mentioned that she was speaking on behalf of a couple subdivisions. I wanted to make sure that we had the right documentation for somebody to speak on behalf of a subdivision, because I know that certain forms have to be completed in order for someone to speak on behalf of a subdivision.
No, I have not received any forms from her.
Okay.
She'd like to do that after the meeting.
So were you speaking on behalf of the subdivision, or were you speaking on behalf of yourself individually? Because in order to speak on behalf of a subdivision, you do have to have the paperwork completed and filed.
To speak to that, I had said that I was representing those residents within those communities who are opposed and basically who had signed the petition. So I do have documentation of the petition with their signatures or with their names on those, as
So
well
you're
as
not
their
actually, because
resident.
what you had said, you're speaking on behalf of the residents of those subdivisions.
I'm speaking on behalf of
Okay.
anybody
Okay.
in Milton who is opposed to this,
Oh, okay,
including people in my neighborhood.
okay.
Thank you for that clarification. Yeah, I think, just to address Joe's point, I think, it's my opinion, we have three different options here. One, we could issue a special use permit based on our exotic animal ordinance, and really the applicant would be only limited by what the state agencies, the Georgia DNR, USDA, their regulations, and they would actually monitor it. So we could go from that extreme. We could deny any kind of special use permit, and again, the applicant could go back to doing what they have done status quo in the past, which would be up to an agreement between them and the city as to what their actual status quo was, or we could come up with something in between that basically protects the neighbors, but also makes this a positive thing for the city of Milton as well as the property owner. So I think that's somewhere in between those three options are something we've got to go through tonight. Joe?
Okay, so the follow-up that I would have to my earlier statement is that obviously, we get a lot of email as city council members. This particular issue has generated quite a bit of volume of email. And as such, it's caused, I'm pretty sure, every single council member to do a lot of research into the issue and what decision needs to be made and that kind of thing. So I'd lead off the discussion by saying that after doing the research that I've done, talking to the individuals that I've had, reading the email that's come in, answering those emails, I could really only see two results that I could potentially support. The first one is to deny the special use permit and thus leaving Dean to operate the property and his operation the way it's been since he moved to Milton, because I have a real problem taking away anything from a citizen who's established himself in the manner that he has over that time period. So I don't mind leaving current status alone, but I have a problem with expanding and allowing additional use. So conversely, on the side of support of a special use permit, the only special use permit that I could vote for is one that basically is akin to the staff recommendation, which is current use covered only, not a commercial, not an escalation, and maybe escalation is the wrong term to use here, but not an expansion of the operation itself. So I'll put my cards on the table and tell you guys that's where I am right now.
Question to the city attorney.
Yes, sir.
Speaking to Councilmember Longoria's two proposals here, the first one would be to deny a special use permit. If that were the pleasure of the council here, what position would that put the city in as far as any controls on the property or controls on the operation, so to speak?
Well, legal nonconforming use is still governed by the Milton zoning code. I mean, the Milton zoning code specifically anticipates there is such a creature as a legal nonconforming use, so it doesn't remove it entirely from the purview of the city. We still have the authority to ensure that the legal nonconforming use is being operated as it is defined under our code, and that means the general definition of that is the legal nonconforming use continue to operate at the same general scope and intensity as the day it became legal nonconforming, and that day, in my opinion, is the day that Milton was created. So that's when, first of all, we would have to establish the thresholds of the operation at the time that it became legal nonconforming, and then the objective of the community development staff and our code enforcement staff would be to simply ensure that those thresholds are honored. That's what we would do. That would be our obligation moving forward. My position, not with respect to this zoning application, but my position would be legal nonconforming is not where you want to be. It's a legal creation, but it's not ideal. Ideally, you want to have uses not be legal nonconforming. You want to have them be lawful under your zoning code. That's what you want them to be. But that's of course up to you. Those are policy decisions.
Okay. Matt?
Yeah, legal nonconforming then from that standpoint, if there was, he then would not have to abide by the requirement that we have in our exotic animal ordinance where he provides a listing that he gives the same DNR, basically, right? He would be able to operate as he is. As a city, we would then have to have the staff that would go in there and count everything, but that doesn't necessarily mean he would provide for us the information of what he currently has.
Well, that would be somewhat of a collaborative effort, but we would obviously start with the permits, with the state permits. I think that would set, quite frankly, a lot of the thresholds for what we think the level and intensity of use were. At the time, I think to the extent the argument was made, well, we were doing something different than that, I think that would be a hard argument to make. The whole notion of legal nonconforming is at the time you became legal nonconforming, just before that, a millisecond before that, you had to be legal, which would have meant there had to have been state or federal permits that would have allowed those animals to be legitimately on the property. So that would have been a good place to start with, is what in fact had the state or federal government signed off on. We'd want to know that. Staff would want to know that.
Karen?
I've got a question, I guess, for the applicant. What is it that you intend to have on the property? Because, I'm sure you're not going to have lions and tigers and bears and coyotes, and you probably do have coyotes on the property. They're probably just not in cages. But
we didn't invite them.
Yeah, but what is it that you actually have and plan on having on the property of these animals that are on this list?
I think that's a fair question. I've discussed this with Dean, and my statement is he is an aficionado and a collector of small and medium primates. He'd like to continue that passion and hobby. He has some of the rarest wallabies in existence. They're albino. That's a marsupial. It's certainly something he would want to consider. We have birds covered under a separate state permit. He enjoys raising those. There are some other non-offensive animals that he might have some interest in. To be honest with you, we really haven't discussed it in depth, but the tapirs and anteaters and things of that variety are interesting. Where I've been in Central America, they make pets out of them, and they're kind of fascinating. But short of that, there are no wild, mean, crazy, flesh-eating species that we look to house on this property. I think if you look back on Dean's history, it'll give you a real good idea where he wants to go in the future.
So no rhinoceroses or alligators or bears or elephants or...
Now, if you look at our revised letter of intent, we try to exclude all of the dangerous species at that point in time. In the bottom, I think it's the bottom of the first page of my letter of intent, the revised letter of intent, I stated all of those different species that are excluded, so there'd be no question about them.
Bill?
I have a question of staff. In the recommended conditions, in section 1B, you list the species that are to be excluded. And in C, you say the following species and numbers shall be permitted on the site, and you'll list all of those. How does that compare, that list there compare with what's on the state permit?
Under
Do they
C,
exceed?
C is the state permit.
C is the state permit.
That is correct.
Permitted. Okay.
And so those are the only ones that we recommend be permitted. We went right to the state permit and used that as the basis for our permitted list.
Okay.
Everything else got excluded. You know, as you know, the exotic animal amendment that you passed included a lot of different categories of exotic animals. We excluded every single one of them if they were, only the ones that were in the DNR license were included.
Okay, glad you clarified that. Thank you.
Kathy, just real quick, on the standards, one of them was having to be open from 7:30 a.m. to 7:30 p.m. Is that the maximum hours that one could be open?
Yeah,
or-
the applicant actually didn't state specifically, but our general standards are that businesses such as this could be open from 7:30 to 7:30, and that we would expect him to comply within that time frame.
Not required for that length of time, but just
Within
not
that time
after
frame.
those hours.
Those are the two, extremes.
Okay. Along those lines for the applicant, how important is the exhibition factor to you?
I'm Dean Riapel. I'm from 14325 Hopewell Road, and that's the whole purpose of going through this. If I wasn't going to exhibit, it just got more and more and more residents dropping by and wanting to see them. I've shown them to old folks. I've shown them to special needs kids. I've shown them to every daycare in the area, most of the schools in the area. Cambridge has asked me if they could come out next year when they have a pre-vet program and see it. If the council decides they don't want that, that's fine. I'll lock the gates and it'll be private and I'll do what I've done. But I'd like to go through and build the pathway and make it just as the USDA has said, with the fence dividing it and exhibit it.
And would you be willing to entertain some very constrictive, not very, but constrictive hours and quantities and that sort
The
of
state told me their only requirement is that it be available to be open 30 hours a week. That's all. That's their only requirement.
Okay.
I wouldn't mind if the hours are cut.
While you're up, and they kind of jump all over the place, but while you're up, what's the status of the 6-foot fence that was mentioned and I think approved?
Well, that's not true what she said. Nothing she said when she was up here was true. I asked a perimeter fence 6 feet, at least 3 feet from a cage is required to be around each cage. When I came through the variance, and you guys did pass for my variance for a 6-foot fence, that was so the whole area could be fenced in. It's not to keep the animals in. It didn't matter if it was 40 feet, a spider monkey would still climb that. It's to keep rodents and raccoons, et cetera, away from the monkeys. We waited. We didn't even want to get started on it until we got our legal non-conforming, which we got a couple weeks ago. But, yeah, once we build that all the way around the area, 6 feet, then we can take down each perimeter fence that's around each cage. It's required by the USDA.
And is it started, or is it that fence? Or is
Materials are there. We were waiting until tonight, yeah.
Okay. And currently you have constructed on the premises 5 cages?
No,
and 2
it's 12.
Pardon?
I believe that came when one of the members of the staff came out and took some pictures. She didn't even walk to the other side of the house. There's 12 on there right now.
12 now?
And that's because I took down 8 that were within 100 feet of our property line. We're in the process of relocating those to the other side, so there will be at least 100 feet. It's actually more, but at least 100 feet away from any property line.
So you've had as much as 20 at one time?
Yes, until 2 days before Christmas.
Okay. I think that's all I have right now. See where some other things go.
I'd like to comment too on the, to your comment about closing and all. I have gotten lots of comments and lots of feedback, and I've had several people that have asked about it and read everything, and I've just turned them, told them to go meet with Mr. Rappel and go visit his facility. And gosh, every time somebody that I'd recommend that comes back, and they've just really enjoyed it, taking their kids or whatever. So, I would hate to see it totally closed down to any public access. I certainly would support some kind of limited, again, I don't want to see the roadside zoo and cars coming in and signs everywhere. But, if you could have something that by appointment only, a class of 20 kids could come in there, or a team or something like that. If we could work something out like that. To me, it's like, somebody with a horse farm and having people come check the horses out and kids and feeding them and learning about them. I think we could use this as an opportunity. Again, as long as we abide by all the safety standards and everything that the state makes it, requires and would monitor, we could turn this into something positive as Milton. I mean, we are agricultural, equestrian, and whatnot. You know, agricultural comes with other things just other than horses. So, you know, personally, I would certainly support trying to find a happy medium here where it could be something we'd be proud of, and our citizens could get something positive out of it. But Matt?
No,
Bill?
Well, I can go for that. Go ahead. Okay. One of the number of the concerns that were raised by the opponents here, Kathy, was the noise generated by this operation. Just because there's no reference to the noise ordinance in this permit does not mean that the noise ordinance does not apply. Is that correct?
That is correct. And we do have limits per our noise ordinance. We have not established whether he is in compliance or not to those limits.
You know, point to that though, within the AG1 zoning, he could have a dog kennel there or something else that would have probably as much or more noise.
Or roosters.
Yeah.
Karen?
Staff, have we ever had any noise complaints? Because I know we get noise complaints all the time about dogs barking and.
Yeah, not to my
everything.
knowledge.
As far-
Not to my knowledge.
So for the time we've been in Milton, we have, as far as you know, we have not had any noise complaint issues
Yeah,
with the
let me ask
property.
Robin because she's got the institutional memory. Can you? Robin's shaking her head. So, okay.
Not this stuff to me.
Hey, Matt, did you have a
Yeah.
question? And then Joe?
Just a couple thoughts in my mind. I mean, I think, you know, people are afraid of primarily four things here. I mean, they're afraid of venom, they're afraid of size, they're afraid of numbers, they're afraid of disease. No, I mean, as a city, we didn't know what we don't know from that standpoint, and I went ahead and contacted the feds as well as the state and talked to both of them with regards to what they do. You know, with regards to those organizations, talking with the individuals that have inspected Dean's property himself, I mean, they've been very happy with what he has done there from a compliance standpoint. And I asked them the question, especially on the Fed side, you know, what do you guys do if someone wants a Siberian tiger and wants to put it in your community? You know, well, you know, from that standpoint, there's two things. If it's a private pet, no one can touch it. But if it's a business, they do come in regularly. You know, from the Fed standpoint, they come in and they actually take a look to see exactly if the animals are housed correctly, if they're diseased, if they're, you know, these are expensive animals. They start killing each other in a small enclosed area, then one, that's not economical for the owner as well. Two, they'll tell the owner, you have too many animals in this cage, you gotta move it. So that's the Fed side. On the state side, they have a tendency to actually look at the animal from a health concern also, from a disease as well as from an injury standpoint too. So the state has been doing that. The feds have been doing that, you know, handling that. They handle the numbers aspect by deciding the quantity of the animals that can be in those cages. So that takes care of disease, that takes care of quantity. You know, size we handle in the ordinance that we have put in with regards to species. You know, and then venom. I know we don't allow any venomous animals from that standpoint anyway, from the non-poisonous snakes and things of that nature. And of course, we haven't talked about arachnids or anything like that too. But you know, I'm sitting here looking at this, and do we really want to legislate two other levels of government on top of what two others are already doing? And you know, I just worry about that with what we're doing on this standpoint. You know, so they are there. I talked to them. You know, they because of complaints by the opposition, they came out and did another inspection on Dean in January. He passed with flying colors again. You know, I mean, doing her homework, I'm seeing things here where I'd like to see this from a city relationship with a resident who has been trying to work hard with a hobby for 14 years. How do we have a relationship going forward? And I think that's what we're really asking the question here. So a lot of things within that. I think it's, you know, as a city, I worry about us as a staff trying to regulate the property from that standpoint. I think if we pass it and we get that DNR list, that is worthwhile to us as a city and for a resident, so we know what's there. And that involves a couple other questions too, and maybe for the applicant on that DNR list. That is more an inventory, you said as well. And the DNR list is an inventory of what you currently have.
It's an inventory, and what they talked about in the staff report was page 1 of 3. The state requires that I show them on the front of the license what's on the site at that particular time. Then on the back, the next 2 pages are the inventory of what I have in other locations. So that's what they know, everything I have, and they know everything I have on site. I have to change it for the state. I can't even obtain an animal until I have the new license amended on that. So as far as getting this staff, what animals I have, not only can I get it to them instantaneously, I can get it to them prior to obtaining the animal because I have to get the state's amendment to my license. It's the only state out of 50 that does it, but we do it. And so, yeah, that's no issue at all. It's on my desktop at all times. I get the amendment before I obtain the animal, so yes.
And that's a question for Kathy. Kathy, I have not seen a DNR report for animals housed in other locations.
It's not another report.
Not another report, so
It's the
page 2.
inventory that's on the back. They want on your license what an inspector will licensing is there in the office. When they have to send an inspector out there, they want him to look and see what's on your property at that time. But I attach an inventory of what's at another location. When we took down the eight cages at the request of the city because they were within 100 feet of the property line, I had a friend down in East Dublin, Georgia, house them until I can get these cages rebuilt and bring them back.
So, Kathy, have we only seen what he has currently on his property in the report? I haven't seen what he has.
Yeah, we gave you in your packet the information that we had.
Okay.
And what we had was and it was given to us by the applicant, so.
I guess the question I asked is how many animals do we have outside?
Right.
So-
We only know what we know.
Right.
And so,
Is there, Dean, how many animals do we have outside that would be on that DNR report? Roughly?
46 or 47. 46 or 47. I got a text right before the meeting. 2 of them had babies, so.
Okay.
You through that?
Okay, yes, go ahead.
Okay, Karen?
I've just got one question for the applicant, because, clearly you could stay as you were if we could ever figure out how it was back when we became a city. But that probably is not in the best interest, because then we really don't have any control over it. It's best interest probably for us and for everyone involved to go ahead and approve some type of use permit. Are you, I see in this your revised letter here that you limit it to certain kind of animals. Are you also willing to limit it to animals weighing under a certain weight so that you don't end up with some
Sure.
big monkeys and things like that?
Sure.
So that
This
we
is
can-
my 20th year doing this. I've never bought a large primate. Never had an interest
So
in
you
it.
have no problem with us making it conditioned upon a, 40, 50-pound weight or something that,
That's fine with me. 50 pounds, 40 pounds, either is fine with me. I don't have anything that exceeds that. My dogs are 180.
and I have a question of staff. Why is it that we want it to expand the driveway? I could see expanding the driveway if the number of trips increased to the 29 and making them do all those improvements, but why do we want to expand the driveway now? Because I thought we typically like to try to minimize the impervious
Well, we do, and I think we did try and tie that to a number of trips, and part of that was because it's not necessarily a typical land use that we would see. So under the current conditions, I think we can leave it as is. But
leave it as is unless it gets above that 29. Because the way it reads, it sounds like that you have to expand it regardless, but if it gets to be more than 29 trips, you also have to do some other stuff.
I think you're talking, one, about the entrance and then two
Right.
about the driveway.
Yeah,
I
it's
think
two
it's-
different.
I just want to make sure we understand, because I'd prefer not to, I think it's going to make it worse if we put a great big wide street-looking entrance into it. I would rather keep it just a little single-family driveway going into it unless there was a reason otherwise.
Right, and I think we can tie it to that 29 trips per day. Our concern is that we have a trigger in there because it's not a typical land use. Ordinarily when we would do this, we would make recommendations on what the driveway should look like based on that land use. This one doesn't fall into our typical standards. And so what we wanted to do was have a trigger in there that allowed us, if this became something more than what we expected, to evaluate that driveway and to make it a safe driveway for people both coming and going and traveling on Hopewell Road.
So
I'm
you have
okay with
you have no problem leaving the driveway as it currently is unless it gets above the 29 trips a day?
I think that would be fine under how we know it operates today.
Okay.
I want to make a comment too, and I'll let you go, Bill, after that. To Matt's point, we were talking earlier, one thing we started looking at this ordinance, and I was a strong proponent of, we were looking at for zoning, so that if this came up in the future, we would have an ordinance that we could look at. And I also stressed that, we didn't want another level of government. Sometimes we got too much government. We don't have the resources or the knowledge here as a city to actually inspect animals and everything. We have to rely on the state for that, the DNR and the USDA. So again, to me, that's the reason we first started looking at this. I'm going to throw out some thoughts I have, and the council can go any direction they want. I think a great compromise for everybody would be, if we went back, and Karen brought up a good point. If it's legal non-conforming, the city really doesn't have any control. It puts the onus on us to try to go back and guess, and he said, she said. If we come up with some rules that everybody can live with now, I think we're all safer in the future. And obviously, we don't want this to get out of hand. We don't want what I'm seeing from a lot of the public input, it's going to be out of hand. I'm going to suggest that, maybe if we do give a use permit, we condition it with, I know the number 20 cages was, if you've got 12 now, if you had eight before, we can try to figure that out if that was the case. I'd like to see a minimal public access just for special, school kids or on an appointment type basis. Keep it down under 29 trips, I think that Carter said a day. Much less than that, but so that it was open for, some positive things. And then we could also, limit the animals. The ordinance allows a whole lot of animals. Limit the animals to take away from the, quote, dangerous animals that most people are concerned about, as well as having a weight limit, if that's necessary too. So I'm just going to throw that out there and see what direction we go. Joe?
Well, I would agree that it's better to have it as legal conforming than it is legal non-conforming. So I would be agreeable. We need to have the special or the use permit in place. Now, what that permit is the real question. So I had a question for the applicant. So, Mr. Ripel, is there something? First of all, I want to tell you I have a lot of admiration and respect for what you've been able to do, because becoming an expert at something is just not easy. And so the fact that you've become an expert in this area and have devoted a lot of your time and energy into understanding these animals, I think just deserves a certain amount of respect. And I certainly understand the wish to attain a particular level comes along with that territory. So the question that I had is, does the ability to operate this as a preserve, everybody's using the term zoo, I don't necessarily see that as being identical, but does the operation or the ability to operate as a preserve gain you something, some advantage that you're seeking in order to get another type of permit or another type of level of expertise or something along those lines? In other words, do you have a stake in being able to say that you're operating a preserve?
Not a financial stake. I just enjoy showing them. I really do. If I'm at home, that's my favorite thing to do, is spend time with the monkeys and to show them to people. I've never turned anybody down if I'm at home and not busy doing something. That's what I want to do.
All right.
Mm-hmm.
All right.
Bill?
I think what we're considering here are two options, either to deny or to approve a special use permit. And as the mayor's pointed out, we're not here to increase the layers of government out here, but in essentially legalizing this operation by giving it a permit, we can assign certain conditions to its use, and I think we'd be better off, the community would be better off with the recommendations that staff has proposed here, and we wouldn't realize those improvements or conditions or protections if we were to deny it entirely, from my perspective. one thing, if it's appropriate, I know Mr. Ryapel's veterinarian is here. Would we want to allow him a minute or two to address diseases or maybe the health of animals and how they're controlled or monitored?
I think that would, it'd be up to the council, also be up to the applicant. If number one, would the applicant want that?
He had to leave.
I thought he was here.
Never mind.
Okay. Well, okay, that was a major point that the opponents have come up with here, and I think that was something important to consider during this discussion.
Ken, so in all of this, I mean, right now, the applicant allows people to come onto his property, view the animals, interact with the animals, done under the control of, him being present and stuff like that. What's the difference between that and providing on the use permit the ability for people to come and visit? Because I'm getting a little bit confused because I see some of the work that he's done in the past allows this interaction to take place. And what are we just trying to do? Memorialize that in the use permit itself, say that he's allowed to have people come on the property and view the animals?
Yes. I mean, the reality is this whole issue of the legal nonconforming use came up as a result of this process. I think there were multiple entities that wanted to know what the legal status was now and what the legal status would be upon a denial. So it made sense for both the council and staff and, quite frankly, even the applicant to understand what the city's position was. But with respect to the introduction of individuals coming onto the property, there will be some work to do. If the council denies this petition or denies this application, then staff and my office will have to work together to get a good baseline as to what the existence and the scope and intensity of the use was at the time that it became legal nonconforming, and that would include those sorts of visitations and what was allowed if that's been ongoing. Now you may say, well, yeah, but what if someone's legal nonconforming, what's to prevent them from just having, at their request, they still have property rights, right? Can someone still not just come over and see their property? Yes. It's going to be a matter of the formality, though. And that's going to be a little bit of a divining rod for the staff to figure out, and for code enforcement to figure out formality. For instance, does he have hours of operation? Well, that's more formality. Does he have parking accommodations that look like they're more for the general public? That's formality. Is he open on weekends? That's the formality. Does he, for instance, take is admission paid? That's more formality. And I was speaking with someone about this earlier, and it's do you ever invite individuals to your home for dinner? Sure you do. Do you have the right to do that? Yes. Are you a restaurant? Well, no. But what happens if you adopt a menu, and what happens if you begin to? You see the difference.
Right,
so it's not a black and white exercise.
But the point I was making is we're specifically not able to limit visitors to his property if he's not labeled technically a preserve based on our use permit. But your example is a good one, because you're right. As you take steps to become more and more of what you're not supposed to be, you're actually becoming that thing. So.
Exactly. So it begins to become, when does having individuals come and visit this wonderful, or what is professed to be a wonderful thing, when does that go into, now it's a true preserve or a true zoo? And that's the line we would have to then try and hit if we attempted to enforce it.
So Mayor, if how do we start putting some constraints around? Because I'm thinking we're going down the road of a use permit, but there's a lot of conditions that are going to go along with the use permit itself. So how do we start?
I think we just looked at the staff conditions.
Let me at first let Councilmember Hewitt had something.
Well, and mine was kind of leading to that. One question: how many for the applicant? How many animals have you had at one time there, within 5 or 10? Have you had 100?
Oh yeah, over that.
Okay, and then I guess maybe easing along into those lines, how can we start putting some constraints on this? Let's start with the animals you want. you know, and it sounds like you're saying you don't want hyenas or tigers.
No,
Let's
no.
start. Maybe we can start kind of reining this thing in to, you know, 3 or 4 different types, and then move on down.
If it were the council and the mayor's wishes to limit me only to primates, I would live with that. I accepted a few recommendations when we went through the zoning process that now I look back and say, well, I was kind of being selfish. It only applied to me. For example, 10 acres. 10 acres for exotic animals. Some marsupials weigh 2 ounces. So if somebody wants to come to the area, they have to get 10 acres. I do have a friend that wants 2 primates and does want to move to Milton. He's looking at 10 acres and more. So things like that, if you want to limit the animals to me specifically, I don't care, because I have no interest in jackals and hyenas and anything like that. I have an 11-year-old and a 13-year-old also. And this is my 20th year doing this. I would have gotten them by now if that's what I plan to do. So limiting those animals is no issue for me personally.
So right now on the ground you have.
And let me clarify, I think this use permit would just pertain to, this wouldn't limit to anybody else.
I have marsupials, primates, and I do have birds.
So that's the wallabies, the
Yes,
couple
correct.
owls, and then the large or small.
Small and medium primates.
Primate. Are you happy with those?
Yeah.
So that's one thing we can kind of start reining in.
Okay.
Is that?
And you're okay with limiting the primates and the marsupials to 50 pounds?
Yes.
Okay.
Now, one question too. I mean, the staff recommendations also mentioned about limiting the number of primates as well to 15. Is that something that we want to do as a council? I don't know if that's necessarily the best thing.
Someone mentioned earlier cutting me from 25 back to the 20 cages. I could live with that too, and the cage is limited too. That when the USDA comes out, they don't particularly say this size cage can only have this many animals. What she does is she looks at the health and happiness of the creatures, and they have said this. Okay, you've got 4 capuchins in that cage. 5's the maximum. Don't go to 7. You know, so it's limited by that. You limit the cages, you limit the animals.
The conversation down. Go ahead, Mr. Rhodes.
You limit the cages, you limit the animals. A couple of the conditions that just wouldn't work. Number one is limiting the species for a couple of reasons. Number one is I'll just keep it private if I only want to stay with 13 species. I do want it to have an exhibit where people can see other species. Secondly, there's species, take a golden lion tamarin. I've been trying for 18 years to get one. Haven't yet, but I hope to. And the next thing is one of the recommended conditions was limiting to the number of animals that's on site now. I would have violated that this week because I had 3 births on site. So that wouldn't work either.
Okay, well, let's go back. We were talking about the types of, primates. Is it something we could limit to weight? I know I'm sure there's primate species that none of us have ever heard of, but the intent, I think, is to limit it to certain sizes or under that are safe. Would that be a correct assumption? Is what you guys are thinking?
I don't think so.
That's fine with the applicant. Small and medium primates not to exceed X pounds. That's your call.
I'm just asking if that's.
Yeah, I would like to have some more definitive guidance there, though.
I'm just trying to get to a point where we can start defining.
Okay,
Yeah,
all right.
When we're talking about species and listing the number of species.
I think if we narrow it to the species, not necessarily the weight. Weight is a whole different issue. Like pit viper, it's only 3 pounds, probably one of the most venomous snakes out there. But a python is probably, I've seen them 50, 60, 100 pounds. And pythons are constrictors. So I don't think weight is a necessary or a valid relationship between dangerous animals and non-dangerous animals.
Just to clarify, though, I was just talking about primates.
Right. Yeah.
Basically
That's right.
limit to a weight or a I'm sure if there are some dangerous primates that, we'd have to eliminate those. I don't know what they are.
Well, I'm wondering if you could limit it to the ones that have already been permitted by the state.
That's the question I have. There's family, there's species, there's subspecies, right? When we're talking about these animals, and we're talking about primates. That's considered a family, right?
Yes.
Mammals is gosh, I don't know what the Latin term is for that, but the genus, that's right. So if we go to family of primates and limit weight, I think that takes care of a lot of things, because we go into subspecies, heck, there's species we haven't even,
And there we go,
discovered yet.
back to my point about trying to govern something that we as a city don't know anything about.
Right.
Again, I think that what we were talking about was animals at this point. What types of animals, if we were to do a use permit, what types of animals we would allow. Obviously, we're talking about primates. Are there some restrictions on primates that the council would want to put on?
At least call out small to medium.
Yeah, and Joe, the number. I mean, the whole point here is to, allow the applicant the freedom to, work his hobby the way he has and the way he historically has been doing that without any kind of expansion. And I think number is a critical piece of that, in limiting the category of animal, I guess is a good way of putting it without getting into the details at this point.
Matt and Karen, did you have something?
Now, I would just say that I think we need to limit weight for both primates and marsupials, because I've seen some pretty big kangaroos.
Well, and that's a question for the applicant. Dean, what is your largest monkey?
The Brazos, probably 30. But the wallabies are a lot heavier. I've never weighed them, but
Right.
they are a lot heavier.
How much do the Brazos weigh?
Probably 30.
30 pounds?
Mhm.
And then I looked at the marsupials, they were about 55
Oh, they-
max.
I didn't even know.
Yeah, so I looked at that all back.
And I don't, you can cut out kangaroos too. I don't plan to get them.
Okay, we talk about primates first. What, is there, and again, I just hate to myself come up with a weight, but is there kind of a cutoff between, obviously when we talked about listed no chimpanzees, no baboons, is there?
The state has a rough breakdown that's large, medium, small, and that's why I always went with medium and small. I do have, like spider monkeys are 19 pounds. They're considered medium,
Mm-hmm. Would it be better rather than coming up with a weight, stated as small to medium based on state guidelines? But again, I don't know if that protects.
Are you happy with 30 pounds? I mean, is 30 pounds something that works?
I got them at 30 now. If they get fat, 40 would be the highest by far, but I could live with.
Fat?
No, I know. If you wanted it, if you wanted that. Even if these that I have grew bigger, they would never exceed 40, never.
Okay, 40 pounds for primates.
Well, I think we're dealing with something that's subjective here as far as weight goes.
Could be, yeah. Well, I think the intent is small to medium primates that aren't the larger ones that.
In the permit, or in the recommended conditions, we're excluding large primates, which includes, I don't know if it includes baboons or not. So great apes, orangutans.
Chimpanzees.
Yeah, chimps even, I guess. So a chimp, small chimp could be 40 pounds.
Well, but I think we have excluded.
You've already excluded those in the zoning ordinance.
Chimpanzees and baboons.
Mr. Mayor, if I may.
Go ahead.
And that's kind of, I think where we're going on this, looking at the weight issue, we as an exotic animal ordinance, we've already limited certain species. However, from where we are, there are other species that we can't identify. But if we have the Department of Natural Resource list of what you have, then our staff could easily look at that list to determine if a species is going to grow to a certain weight. And then we would know ahead of time if there's a danger of a particular species going above the limitations that we may set. So, if he comes up with an orangutan on the list, but it's only 20 pounds, we'll
Correct.
know about it as the DNR has it. At the same time, that we'll also know it's going to grow to be a pretty big animal. So then we could say to you that we don't want
It's also in the large primate category too. So.
Right.
Yes, so it would automatically be excluded.
Right, but it's still exactly, that's how it would work, I think, from a funneling process, so the staff can then be able to operate.
Chris?
Mr. Mayor, that's sitting here, and I'm just going to interject if you will indulge me for a second. I think I'm starting to capture a direction that the council might be going tonight, and I'm thinking that when the council actually goes the direction that it's going tonight, we need to make sure we go that direction correctly. Okay? It doesn't appear to me as though we're going to result in us getting to a place tonight that says either we deny or we approve the staff conditions or the alternate conditions. It sounds as though there's going to be a hybrid that comes together as a part of those, as I'm starting to hear the discussion happen. I'm wondering if we might be well served as a body and as a group for you all to kind of give us that sort of vision, and then let's not try to craft these conditions on the fly. You know, what's the difference between 30 pounds and 35, or what's the difference between 50 and 52? I mean, I think we're going to get to a place that if we actually take action tonight, those law of unintended consequences sometimes rise up and get you when you try to craft this kind of a thing on the fly. I'd almost be willing to, certainly you can tell me, Chris, bad idea, and y'all continue with your discussion. If you want to kind of give us a vision of what you have, let us work on crafting conditions that match that vision. Not necessarily in a minute-to-minute place, but let us go actually craft those that make some sense and bring them back to you. Just an offer. As Ken and I are sitting here conversing, we just want to make sure that you all don't take an action tonight that we're going to regret at a later point. So I offer that as an option.
And that's a good point. The only thing, and I think we're getting to the wrong, trying to itemize each item. What I'd like to do is get us to a point where we've got a general direction, and then we can probably start fine-tuning it. And then at that point, if we need to converse with the applicant and staff, we could definitely do that. But again, let's look at the big picture, and I'm just going to kind of step out and come up with a direction and see if you guys agree or disagree. You know, number one, if we talk about animals, species, primates, small to medium primates. I can't tell you, you know, we may not know right now the exact number of breeds. There may be a breed that, you know, is very, very rare and comes up that the applicant may want to have later. So, you know, small to medium primates. And we would want to probably limit that to if there is one that is inherently dangerous, eliminate that. We'd have to do some research or you know, with the state or our staff or whatever. But, you know, it's like if you were talking about dogs, maybe you would eliminate, say, pit bull or something, but you're not necessarily saying 40 pounds or whatever, because a lab can get heavy, you know, like mine or Karen's dog. So, yeah, you know, primates, the major thing is small and medium primates. Marsupials, wallabies. Is there any other species that, you know, we want to talk about that the applicant want to, I know we had birds under a separate permit. Is there anything else that we should consider, or would you be happy with, the applicant be happy with marsupials, wallabies, birds, small to medium primates? Joe?
Mayor, yeah, I understand what you're trying to do, and I'm imagining that this is a difficult thing for all of us to get straight in our heads. The suggestion that I would offer, it goes back to the spirit of what I thought we were trying to do, and that's allow the applicant to continue to operate in a legal conforming manner based on his history. So why don't we use the DNR and federal paperwork that he's required to apply or provide on a regular basis as what we allow today, not to expand beyond that. And the other issue that I'm concerned about that we haven't really been talking too much to is, until we know more, I don't think we should allow for the operation of a zoo, a preserve, a place where the public comes, you know, just on a whim. I don't mind the applicant continuing to invite people over or have people come over and show up on an on a scheduled basis, but until we know more about this, I couldn't support anything that would allow for the operation of a zoo or a preserve in the formal sense of the word.
Okay. Yeah, and in all due respect, and I understand your position, but, you know, my position is not to go back to exactly legal non-conforming. I'm trying to come up with something that works. So again, what I'm trying to do is come up with some ideas that then we can, if we decide as a council not to move forward tonight, our staff can research.
Oh, I thought I
this.
was trying to make that easier on you, because if the applicant is required to update his DNR forms and his FED forms with inventory prior to actually getting them, all we have to do is go back to the most recent application and see exactly what he's got and allow that.
Sure, but again, I'm looking at trying to put together something that maybe the council would support moving forward.
Okay.
What
all
I
right.
don't want to do
Sorry, keep going.
is just stop right now and then say, okay, let's turn around and come back a month from now.
No,
and be
I'm
at
not
the same
suggesting
point.
that.
If we can come up to a consensus of if we can answer and clarify these three things, then give our staff time to do it. Maybe the applicant would want to come back another time. Maybe we would. Maybe we wouldn't. So that's all I'm saying. So again, we've talked about possibility of the animals, which the applicant has agreed upon. Which again, don't know if council's okay with or not. But primates, small to medium primates, marsupials, wallabies, and birds.
That's it.
Is there any consensus on that, animal-wise? Okay. You know, we can talk about cages. The applicant stated that he's got 12 now. I have been there. I can't say I'd have to go back and count or whatever. I do know that I think when I went out with staff early on, they were taking some down, taking some out of the buffers. So, you know, maybe there was 20. I think that's what the applicant's asking for. If we limit it to cages, you know, is 20 a number? Or somebody else want to throw something out? And again, I'm not asking you to make the decision tonight. I'm just asking, or right now, but just to let's put a plan to move forward.
Yeah, but I mean, how big is a cage? Is a cage 8 by 10 or is a cage 30 by 40? So I mean, that makes it a tough
Well,
thing.
from what I understand, it's not necessarily the size, it's the number of animals you put in there, and as the applicant said, you know, you may only be able to put 5 in there because the state, you know, the
Right.
DNR will say you can only put 4 of this species or whatever, so, but that's up for discussion. Matt?
Yeah, I think that's a good point. If the applicant would speak to the size of cages that you required by the DNR. I talked to them and they mentioned that they do regulate some of the cage requirements, but just kind of go through what you go through with the size of the structures, things of that nature. So we just have an idea, a visual of what you're talking about with that.
Cage sizes vary depending on the size and the type of monkey. Some cages are bigger and they only have 2 or 3 monkeys in them. Some of them are smaller, they might have 5. So there's not a standard size for the cage. It depends on how many of what type you have at the time.
Is there a average size cage? Is there?
Let me see. $16 by $24 would be an average.
Okay.
And how many are existing?
The applicant says 12,
And what's 8?
which I believe that I'm saying he had 8 more. He took them down. They were in the buffer, maybe, or something. Bill?
I was out there previously. I noticed there was one barn had cages incorporated into one side, and the opposite side of the barn was open. It's like a pole shed. Rather than erecting new cages out there, could these 8 replacement cages be incorporated into these, I think there's 2 pole barns, rather than building additional cages on site, just use the existing facilities to incorporate cages.
It's not recommended by either the state or the USDA that we have different species that close together. That's why we space them out. The original plan, what you saw where we had it all stubbed out and ready to go, that was all going to be capuchins, all of them. Every cage was going to be just capuchins. They can be side by side. That's okay, but wouldn't want to put a capuchin and a DeBraza together. So that wouldn't really work as far as the pathway to view them.
I'm afraid we're starting to get into some of the
We're getting into
details that
weeds.
really the
Right.
state and the federal
Right.
ought to be handling and not the city, because, I mean,
Okay.
this isn't, we need to,
Again, I'm just looking
Yeah.
at a 40,000 foot number right now. You know, I'm saying 20 cages. If somebody else wants to throw out a
Okay
number,
with
they're
that.
welcome to do that.
That's-
20 total.
I'm okay with that.
And the other, third issue would be public access.
You're talking about the cages, and I was involved in some of that early
Mr. Brewer,
on.
would you mind, just for the record?
It's David Bury, 10675 Stroop Road, Roswell, Georgia. The original drawings that I saw for this project had 8 different cages in the 100-foot buffer adjacent to the eastern property line. I went out there and personally had those removed with his staff so that we would not have to ask for variances. And those were not relocated immediately, so when I did the drawing for the submission, those were removed from the site plan. But if you look at the original drawings, they were in the 100-foot buffer. We were asking for a variance to plant, not to plant to buffer standards, and the only way to plant to buffer standards was to remove those cages adjacent to that east property line.
Questions? Okay. And then public access is, is there any thoughts on public access? Again, my personal opinion is if there's a way to, again, not have it as a commercial exotic zoo, but have it available publicly with, appointments and limited to X number of people and X number of times a week, and limited hours of some sort. I would support something like that. Karen?
for the public access, to me, a big difference is whether or not people are paying a fee to come see it, or if the people are coming to see it and you're just showing it to them, on your own time and stuff. Do you plan on charging fees for people to come? No.
We never have.
So to me, that will partially limit it, because when people are not paying, when people are doing it on their own time and not doing it as a profit bringing in people, they're less likely to have big groups of people constantly coming there.
Bill?
I'd still like to see some restrictions on time or visiting hours, particularly on weekends. Maybe restrict this 7:30 to 7:30 window to something that's
Something less.
Yeah.
I'm open for suggestions. Yeah?
I mean, the state requires you for 30 hours, right? So, I don't know, maybe Saturday and Sunday, certain hours, and then a couple days a week open? More hours.
7 times 4 is 28. If it was 4 hour a day window, or, I don't know if it has to be a certain time, but if we could limit it to a certain number of hours, but between X and X, but only, if you have 2 hours one day, you can't do, you got to do 2 hours another day, or I'm open to comment. Joe?
So if we don't specifically cite any hours of operation, I'm trying to figure out what language we need to include in this to not make it operate as a zoo or a preserve, to make it exactly what he has today. It's a ongoing concern. It's a business/hobby that he operates on the property. He allows people to come visit when they call him up and ask. But I don't want to enable this in a use permit to be operated as something more than what it is today. So how do we do that, Ken?
Well, I mean, I think the distinction is when you typically think of a zoo, you think of it being open daily. Zoos typically aren't by invitation only. That's typically not the way they work. So I think what you're talking about is an invitation-only sort of approach that is non-fee based. Non-fee based, invitation only, no general hours of operation.
Right.
Which, again, I certainly agree with. That's, that was my whole point, is it should be something where someone has to call and make an appointment. We could even limit the number of people, number of vehicles, if we wanted, but to allow some flexibility at
Well,
times.
it's limited a little bit because if he goes over the 29, then he's got to do improvements to the entrance, so,
Right.
and parking.
Yeah, I mean, I certainly don't envision this as ever getting 29 different visits a day, but what else, if we go in this direction, what else would the council want to add?
What's in the recommended conditions?
Animals, number of cages, access. I'm just trying
The
to narrow this.
landscape strip, and I'm trying to look at the conditions that are there now. The landscape strip is one of the staff's conditions on Hopewell Road.
I would start with the recommended conditions.
Okay, you want to list those, or discuss?
Why don't we start with what staff has come up with, recommended conditions? Just modify that.
Okay, you want to go through that?
With the ones on page 27.
27.
So Joe, if I could just ask a question again. Are we trying to drive towards the exact language for a council vote tonight? Or are we just trying to give the city staff a direction so that they can come back to us with something that's specific?
Personally, I'd like to come up with some language to do it. It doesn't
Okay.
look, the rest of the council may not want to do that. I want to.
No, I just was making sure, 'cause I was getting a little confused there.
Clarify it enough to where we can send staff with, here's 3 items, here's 4 items, and so that also the applicant knows we're going to confirm these, but not just to defer this and then come back and start over again. Okay, so I think Bill, you wanted to go with look at the recommended conditions from staff.
Yeah, I guess to just start out with item number 1, restricting the use of the property, allow the keeping of rehabilitation, breeding, et cetera, depicted on sheet 1 of 3. We don't have the large-scale drawings here. I'm not sure I can really speak to that.
Pass that out.
That's basically the existing conditions based on Mr. Burry's as-built property.
I'm not sure if we can adequately analyze this before midnight either.
Take some time.
Well, really, it's just the as-built conditions.
After we took down the other 2 pages.
Say again.
There were 2 other structures. There was one here, and there was one here. I think those have been removed.
Okay.
And I think that was consistent with the cages.
You can't dispute what's existing, I guess.
No.
Pick the existing, 5 existing, okay. Well, if you do that, then you can't have the 8 more than he's asking for.
Well, the
Can't unless we decide to add.
Well, the as-built unfortunately shows is as after they've already taken some down, so it's really not as-built, it's as-built with structures removed.
I'm going to go back to the
Okay, in that,
20, or if you guys want to say
okay, that's a point of discussion then. Whatever. What the consensus is.
Is there a consensus for a number of cages? And again, I apologize, but we're going to either have to spend the time now or later, so we're going to spend the time to.
I do have a question.
on that.
Yeah, but being on that property, when we took down those, really there were 2 structures, right? But multiple cages within those structures, is that right? I guess you not.
There were 8 enclosures. There was an additional platform that didn't have any vertical walls, and we also removed that because it was in the 100-foot buffer.
Right, so there were two structures, or if I remember right, but there were multiple cages consisting of that structure.
Yeah, the
Right.
enclosures had more than one wall, vertical wall in it.
Right,
They had exterior walls, and there was a separator wall.
So there was
inside.
one.
But there were 8 cages in
Right.
that 100-foot buffer, plus there was another one that was under construction, and I had them remove that as well.
Gotcha.
So 8 cages and 2 structures.
Right.
Is that?
Was what was removed.
8 were removed, and there was one that was under construction that I also removed. It would have been 2 more, so.
So what is there, if the 8 were removed, what is there now?
Well, 12 remaining.
Okay, and then that's where I came up with 20. But again, that's, as Bill said, on 1A, we either, come up with the number that we're talking about.
Does the applicant still own the material of which those structures were made? Does the applicant still own the material of which those structures were made? Are they still on the premises? Would you have to?
Would you ask that one more time into the mic?
The structures that were taken down, is the material still on the premises?
Yes.
It still is, so it could be, put up again tomorrow if it was, but then that would be it. So no more purchase of additional material is what it is, would give back those additional 8 cages.
That's correct.
Right.
Not required. It might
Not
be
required.
wiser to do something
Right.
newer, but it's not required.
Okay.
So we can make a request that he can't purchase any more material?
No.
Then somebody have to determine what really has been there.
Well, or they throw it down, it may not be safe. So, again, we go back to, if there's 12 now and there were 8 removed, is 20 the number that the council's comfortable with or not?
I'm okay with that.
I'm okay with that.
Okay. 20 cages. Again, going back to public access, I think we discussed that.
Let's go, not
Yeah.
to interrupt, but
No,
let's
go
go
ahead.
down this.
Yeah, I'm
this
sorry.
list, see if we can.
We're on bad.
So 1B.
Okay. No large primates. I think we've all discussed that, small or medium. I think we've all discussed the no lions, tigers, bobcats, lynx, cougars, leopards, jaguars, and Kathy, I have to give her credit for being able to pronounce all these other words. I'm assuming a filleted or filleted is a cat-type creature. I think we've talked about, and staff's recommended wolves, no wolves, coyotes, foxes, jackals, no bears, no venomous snakes or constricting snakes, no alligators, crocodiles, no elephants, no hyenas, no hippopotamus, giraffes, camels, which I believe doesn't include cattle, swine, or street sheep or goats, no raccoons, and coyotes, which I don't know what is, but a rhinoceros. Is the tapir a family of the rhinoceros, or?
Must be.
Okay. Anteaters, sloths, or armadillos, mongoose, civets, or genets. I don't believe the applicants asked for any of those. Okay.
But with those in the conditions, even if you ask for them, if those were the conditions, he won't get them.
Right.
Correct.
If we, yeah.
Correct.
C, the following species and number shall be permitted on the site.
What's on the state permit?
That's what's on the state permit. I don't know how the applicant wants to address that or not.
Yeah, I think I've got a this is
Yeah.
the section, to be honest
Yeah,
with you,
that's
I
the
have
one
the
I have a
most
problem
problem with,
with.
because, I
How do
just,
you-
that may have been what was on that permit that one particular day, but we don't know what was on the permit on the day that we became a city and what was legally non-conforming or anything else. So
I think item C goes back to primates, small and medium primates.
Yeah, I mean, to me, I almost would just get rid of item C. If we limit the number of cages, the state law is going to limit the number of animals, but.
And I confirm that with the state and the feds. So that's exactly what they do when it comes to the cages. They tell specifically, how many animals you can really have per cage with the size, et cetera. So if we,
I think we need to qualify, though, at least the types, and I think he was in agreement with small to medium primates, wallabies, and birds.
Well, when you say types.
Like small to medium primates, wallabies, and birds.
Okay,
Just
just leave it at that.
Yeah.
Yeah, we've already said
I
that
don't know
you
that.
can't have anything else, so.
Okay. Then we go items 2A.
See the requirements of zoning ordinance and these conditions prior to approval land disturbance.
I just think it needs to reference that the site plan only have 20 cages.
Right.
Right.
Okay.
No more than 20. No more than 20.
Okay.
I like 2B because I think it's good for staff to have a copy of what he does have.
Yeah.
If he's got to produce it anyway for DNR, we might as well have a copy of it.
Right.
Okay, then we go down to 3 at 10-foot landscape buffer. You guys want to include that, the applicant?
That's what was approved by DRB, or recommended by DRB.
Okay.
I think when we make a 4 that has something that goes to Councilperson Longoria's points about unofficial exhibition, or whatever we want to call it.
For
Times and
non-fee-based appointment only
Invitation
during
only.
hours of appointment only 9 to 7 or something like that. I don't think it needs to start at 7:30 in the morning.
No.
Yeah, I think that sounds fine if that's the intent. I think you might want to put on there are no, I think that was the point of limiting it, was there are no general operating hours. It's appointment only.
Appointment only.
Within those times.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
That's right.
Right.
Okay, does anybody want to say a time? 9 to 5, but appointments only in between those times?
I would say, I think 5's a little early on certain days, but maybe not on others.
That's, up to the applicant, would 9 to 5? Or 10 to 6?
Any hours you want. I actually clarified with the state when they came out with their inspection in January, and I told them, they said you have to be available to be open for 30 hours a week. I told them it'd be by appointment only. We're not just going to open the gate. And they said, well, as long as you'd have them within these periods, well, you can say appointments can be made between 10, 6, 9 to 5. So that any of those are fine with me.
10 to 6?
10 to 6.
Say 7 because of the summer hours.
What's that?
I get it before rush hour. Just my opinion.
10 to 5?
10 to 5, 10 to 4, something like that. 10
I
to
would
4
say-
gives you 6 hours a day, and 5 days a week gives you 30 hours.
I'm sure even if you did 10 to 4, if they got there before 4, necessarily, most places won't run you out after that.
And what about after school kids or something like that?
Yeah, how about 10
Yeah.
to 5, just in case for
Yeah.
school?
Well, that way, if a scout troop or something wanted to come after school, it gives them that opportunity.
Right.
Okay. I mean, what I'm getting here, and Chris, I don't know.
I'm
still running?
What do we leave now?
Give me just a couple minutes.
All right.
Well, this is right, and just for
What's that?
for us, in the alternate conditions that were offered, which I'm looking at page 30 of 33 is the point the part I'm looking at. Number 3.
Right. What page?
Which 30 of 33. This would be number 3, which is different than number 3 from the staff recommended conditions.
Make that number 5.
But the paragraph A, access to the site shall be subject to the approval of the Milton City Department of Public Works. Then you go down to A1, all traffic, if traffic on existing driveway exceeds 29, I'd like to leave that part in. However, not have the driveway shall be modified for a minimum width for 2-lane traffic.
I think it needs to be 2 if it exceeds 29 daily trips. I think both 1 and 2 need to be if it exceeds 29 daily trips.
I would agree that
Yeah.
both those items, if it exceeds 29, again, I think the intent here is to keep it certainly well under 29.
Right. Definitely.
Well, should we change 29 and not ratchet it down a little?
29 is still a lot of trips.
It is.
Yeah, I mean, I'm sure that was more of a calculation based on traffic engineer, but
So regardless of what we say in the use permit, if we put language in like that, aren't we actually suggesting that this be operated as a zoo or a preserve? And when you consider, well, if it gets more than 29 trips a day, you guys need to widen the road, the driveway. That sounds to me like what we're really doing is specifically carving out provisions for as the use grows and intensifies.
Can we limit the applicant?
the other thing, you could limit to where if it ever got up to 29 trips a day, they'd have to come back for, this use permit's only good for less than 29 trips per day. Am I correct, Mr. Gerard?
Sir.
If that's your concern.
Well, but the problem is when you get to that is if you end up having a party at your house and you had 29, if you had 15 people come, that's more than 29 trips. So,
Well, we can't.
So we have to be careful that you don't get into limiting something and you ended up something different than what you want. I mean, you wanted them to limit. Well, the purpose of this is to make sure that the use is limited to the number of people coming, and that it doesn't end up being a commercial business. And that's it's a residential driveway, and you want to make sure it stays a residential
Understood.
driveway use.
Yeah, and I guess the challenge that I have is that by putting any of this language in, what we're basically doing is we're saying that he's going to operate in this manner. Whereas if we didn't put the language in, he's restricted to the use of somebody picking up the phone and calling and say, hey, can I come visit the monkeys?
Well, he's restricted to that anyway, though.
Yeah, exactly. So.
Yeah. But this just adds another layer that discourages it from having that happen too very often.
Okay, Mr. Mayor, I think I've written now. Do you want me to?
Yeah, let's see, Bill. You got,
Tell you what I think I've been here.
I've got a couple other things, Chris.
let's see what Bill has to say.
Make reference to sheet. Item 2A, were we including 2?
Which page?
On 30, which is in the alternate conditions. It makes reference to sheet 2 of 3, which is the proposed site plan. And we don't make reference to it in the recommended conditions.
Well, that's because there's 2 different site plans. So what I'm capturing, which what I was going to explain to you, what I think I'm hearing the council say at this point, be more than our basis for starting should be the alternative conditions and the recommended conditions. The alternative conditions take very few tweaks to get to what at least I think I'm hearing from you all. So if you'd let me, if you'd like, I could walk through where I think, what I think I'm hearing, and then y'all say, yeah, that was either spot on or not. But if we start with alternative conditions, so start with me on page 29, and I'm just going to kind of read and modify as I go here based on some notes that I took. Everybody with me on page 29? Mm-hmm. Alternative conditions, if this petition is approved by the mayor and city council, it should be approved for a use permit for exotic wild animals, section 64-1838 conditional. Subject to the owner's agreement to the following enumerated conditions, where these conditions conflict with the stipulations and offerings can contained in the letter of intent, these conditions shall supersede unless specifically stipulated by the mayor and city council. 1, to the owner's agreement to restrict the use of the subject property as follows. A, restrict the use of the subject property to allow the exhibition, display, keeping, rehabilitation, breeding, or maintaining exotic or wild animals as depicted on sheet 2 of 3 of the revised site plan received by the Community Development Department on March 8, 2013, which includes 5 existing animal enclosures and 20 proposed animal enclosures, and 2 existing barn structures related to the use of the subject site. B, the following species shall not be permitted on either on the site, either temporarily or permanently. 1 and with the respective A through H remain as written. C, the following species and numbers shall be permitted on the site. Small I-A, primates, in parentheses, no large primates. B, marsupials, in parentheses, wallabies specifically. C, birds, in parentheses, as permitted. And continuing on to 2, to the owner's agreement to abide by the following, to the revised site plan sheet 2 of 3 received by the City of Milton Community Development Department on January 4, 2013. Said site plan is conceptual, only must meet or exceed the requirements of the zoning ordinance and these conditions prior to the approval of a land disturbance permit. Unless otherwise noted herein, compliance with all conditions shall be in place prior to the issuance of the first certificate of occupancy. B, at which time the applicant submits a change in number and or type of animals to the Georgia DNR, a copy shall be provided to the Director of Community Development. C, to the owner's agreement to the following site development considerations. A, access to the site shall be subject to the approval of the City of Milton Department of Public Works prior to the issuance of a business license, land disturbance permit, subdivision plat, a certificate of occupancy, whichever comes first. Entrance, in parentheses S, shall conform to Chapter 48 streets, sidewalks, and other public places of the City of Milton Code of Ordinances, or be reconstructed to meet such criteria as required by the Department of Public Works. The remaining of 3A stricken. The C that is listed there would become B, to provide a 10-foot landscape strip along Hopewell Road planted to buffer standards. Adding section 4 to the owner's agreement to abide by the following. A, the location can be open for visitation, for visiting by the public by appointment only. B, visits by the public shall be non-fee based. C, the location shall not be open more than 30 hours per week and shall only be open between the hours of 10 a.m. and 5 p.m. I think that's what I've at least captured as your thoughts up to this point.
Going back to the number of allowable cages on site on sheet 2 of 3, I think that allows for 25. Isn't that how it reads?
Yeah.
I was reading it to be that some of these some of these proposed animal enclosures were inside existing barn structures. But you very well might be correct there. I didn't have a chance to zoom in on sheet 2 of 3. It could read 5 existing animal enclosures and 15 proposed animal enclosures.
If it makes reference to
Probably
20
makes
total.
sense. 1A then would be 5 plus 15.
Right.
Chris, in section 4, did you also start no outside lighting? Did you mention that? I didn't hear that mentioned. I just want to make sure that was the case.
We can always add that if it's not.
The applicant agreed to it, I think. It was in there, but just, I didn't hear it there.
Could we also, in a section 4, reference no signage or anything like that, except where mandated by state or federal regulations?
Mr. City Attorney,
Well, to the extent you've already got a sign code, what are you getting at with respect to? Because he's going to be able to do whatever the sign code would allow.
Okay, well, if that, but I was thinking more of something, and this may be illegal on our behalf, but not a big sign that says whatever we call it.
Exotic animal zoo.
By appointment only.
Yeah, we wouldn't be in the position where we would regulate the content.
Right.
So to the point that he would be allowed signage in AG1, there is an allowable signage that any property owner could have in AG1. He'd have to abide by that. But we would shy away again from regulating.
Sure, understood. So our sign code would could speak to that without us having to speak to it in this.
We really are without the power to do that, and to the extent that, not to suggest this applicant would do that, to the extent a patently, inconflicted or misleading sign was placed there, we would, that would just.
So the sign code rules.
Right.
Okay, gotcha, understood. What about in 1A, to allow the exhibition, does putting that term exhibition kind of go to what Councilperson Longoria has been trying to articulate the best he could, and he's done a better job than I could have.
Right, but I think though that those terms are going to be in the context of the other conditions, which say that it has to be during these hours, non-fee based, and by appointment only.
So to follow up on that, Ken, sorry, Bert, if I could. If you look at the staff recommendations, that language isn't in that particular section. Yet, we're not eliminating the availability for somebody to call the applicant up and say, hey, can I come visit? And the applicant saying yes.
Agreed, because that would be by invitation.
Right.
Even though the request for invitation was solicited by an
Right.
outside party, yes.
I would rather remove that ambiguity to make sure that if somebody looks at this in the future and says, well, clearly, an open gate policy was envisioned because it says exhibition right in the language of the use permit.
I would have no objection to that as far as from the meaning perspective, because I still think later on in the conditions, it makes clear there is an invitation-only accessibility to these animals. So I see your point on the exhibit language. Yes.
So we could, perhaps, if it's agreeable, to have the first sentence basically read, restrict the use of the subject property to allow the keeping, rehabilitation, breeding, or maintaining exotic or wild animals as depicted on sheet 2, and so forth.
Yes, again, I think that's fine. I think even if that language is removed, you still have later on in the conditions the allowance for those animals to be viewed by invitation only. So,
Is there hold on a second. This is Karen's.
I'm sorry, go ahead.
Chris,
Yes.
under the list of animals that are not allowed, you said A through H. Really, shouldn't it be through the A through M that are in the recommended conditions, not the alternative conditions that are not allowed, and then allowing specifically just the 3 ones that we were allowing? Because that list A through H doesn't include some of the ones that are in A through M that he says he's not going to have.
That's fine, I'd be okay with A through M, so long as the C is correct. I'm not as concerned about B. But yeah, A through M would be fine.
Yeah, that's the A through M, because the other ones, it allowed some other animals that we're not going to allow now, which includes the camels and the raccoons and the anteaters and things like that.
It sounds like we're looking at recommended conditions and then also the alternate conditions too. So certainly could include, like you say, Councilwoman Thurman, A through M on the recommended conditions.
Yeah.
Recommended conditions.
Because otherwise it was going to allow some things that I think, there were some animals that we weren't disallowing and we weren't allowing, so I want to make
But
sure.
Keep in mind, we did also talk about small and medium primates, marsupials, wallabies, and birds too. We can always limit it to that.
Right.
I think that's, yeah.
Yeah, I just have a question on what Joe's trying to get at too. I know we're talking about whether or not from an exhibition or display or what it's called, but is there a way to really distinguish, or would you be comfortable being distinguished whether it be public versus private, or by invitation only? It's kind of a private then invitation, which then, I mean, they are exhibited to private invitation guests.
Right. I think the concern the council had was the exhibit connotes perhaps something more aggressive than what the council has in mind. On the other hand, the private exhibit is clearly what is going to be going on there by invitation only. That's true.
So I'm just thinking, I'm trying to get you where you're going on that. I'm just not there.
Yeah.
Just make sure I understand.
Okay.
So,
Bill, and then let's see if we can pull this in the other. Bill? Go ahead.
One point we haven't covered, and I'm not sure if it was brought up by planning or a DRB, was the what you call a safety fence, I guess, around each of these cages to preclude people from going right up to the existing cage. So I believe it was a 4-foot fence that was called out somewhere in one of these review sessions or review reports. Do you remember that?
The answer to that, and it certainly could stand to be corrected, is that was the fencing and cage requirements is something that would be regulated by Georgia DNR, and that's a fence that's required by DNR more so than it would be required by our code.
I think there was an issue, though, whether or not the fence had to be the black vinyl clad, or if it could just be regular galvanized, because it's not going to be seen from the
I
street.
think it was the seen part, yeah, if it's seen or not, right? That's
seen.
But I don't see that in our conditions, so I didn't know where exactly that fit in.
It was.
And to the extent you wanted to condition that, now here's where I all of a sudden go from speaking from memory, and that gets you in trouble quite frequently, is that there is a requirement where you have one of these enclosures exists, a cage, and one of the secondary fencing requirements is that at some distance away from the cage, there's a fence of certain height to keep either people or animals out, presumably people or animals out, as opposed to exotic animals in. The thought process, at least I thought what the application was instead of having an individual one of those fences around each of the, pick a number, 5, 10, 15, or 20 cages, that there would be one of those fences meeting the height requirement at the perimeter of the property, and therefore eliminate the need to have that additional fence replicated 15 times in the interior to the property, that it's replicated once at the property line, and that suffices for having each individual cage with a second fence around it, I think. To the extent that it would be at the property line and visible according to our standard, we do not allow galvanized chain link fence to be visible from the public right of way. So to the extent that fence is built on the property line as it fronts Hopewell Road, it would need to meet our fencing requirements, which would, if in fact it is black vinyl clad, that is what would have to be seen from the public.
But I thought this is a fence that has to be like 3 or 4 feet from the animal cages, so it would not be on Hopewell Road. It would be much closer to the animal cages for a reason.
And that's where I'm thinking I'm going from memory of what I'm trying to explain is those interior fences potentially go away.
No, I think he by state law has to have the fences within a certain distance of the animal cages.
If that's the requirement, if it can be seen from the public right of way, it needs to conform with our standard.
If it can't be seen for the public right of way because it's closer to the cages, does it need to be?
I'd have to look. I want to say we generally prohibit.
So we're calling for it.
What's we would need to comply with the code.
Okay.
But the cages themselves don't need to be, because you can't have the vinyl clad cages themselves, or else that probably would not comply with the state law because the animals would be eating the stuff off the galvanized cages. So.
See, a cage and a fence is two distinctly different.
Right. I think
Okay, so the
to
cages are
clarify,
okay, but the fence needs to be
cages are
black.
one thing, the fence around the cages have to
Okay.
comply to our code.
Okay.
Okay. In going through this discussion, the only thing and no offense, Councilmember Longoria, but it looks like 4 to 5 folks on each of these items seem to be in a line. The only thing that we're not sure of is the small to medium primates. Are there species of primates we want to not include or restrict? Is that?
Does the state have a list of primates that it considers to be dangerous or anything like that, that we would want to allow the state to regulate that rather than us, or?
None that I'm aware of.
I mean, so the question then is, staff, is there something you guys can go look at to find that or not? Are we, spinning our wheels on that? Is that something that we would have to rely on the state that, if it were an illegal species that we're
What if we restrict it to the species that he has on site now?
Again, then you go to what if there's another species that, again, my concern would just make sure that it's not a dangerous species, but wouldn't there be, is there some kind of catch we can put in there, Ken, that, based on, if we said primates, small to medium primates, that have to be, allowed by the state, by the USDA and the DNR, that aren't subject to, being considered more dangerous than what they already are.
I think once you begin getting into, particularly once you begin getting into the words like dangerous or not
Right.
dangerous,
Right.
that's got the city
It's like
council
a
making
dangerous or not
judgment
dangerous
calls that you
dog.
may not
Yeah.
be in a position to make, and nor might even staff. I mean, I think you're doing the best you can do with the information you have. I think the small and medium primates make sense. You've otherwise identified these discrete sorts of animals you want to allow in the conditions. I think so long as you otherwise require it to be properly licensed with the pertinent authorities, the state and the federal government, I think you've done all you can do.
So, Joe, you're saying that, you're saying that language that's related to the current type and number of animals that were part of the applicant's most recent filing with the federal and government agencies is a non-starter for you. In other words, you don't want to be restrictive in that sense.
Well, that's not what he has there now, and that's
No,
not
I
what he
know.
had there when it became a legal.
No, I understand that. And again, the interest that I had was that we not allow for the expansion
Right.
of what he's got now. Not that we go back to when the city was, instated, but rather we look at what he's doing right now and limit it to that.
The only reason I certainly respect and understand that, I look at it if, someone has a horse farm and raises horses, and then us trying to limit the breed of horse, and that later they are able to get an Appaloosa or something that they didn't have listed, but it's still a safe, and, that's where I have the problem trying to.
And I understand that, and if horses came under the guise of an exotic animal, maybe I would agree with you, but, what we're talking about here is something that, from my point of view, I have not enough information to make a sound judgment. I would like to call myself a primate expert, but that's just not the case. So I would rather fall in the camp of allowing what's going on right now than expand into an area that I just don't understand.
And not to muddy it, and I think we're getting 90% of the way there, but 10% may make a difference for me. Is there any way that we could go somewhat along those lines of what he has now? Because to me, as long as they're, like he mentioned, a type of monkey he's trying to get for 18 years. If he could get it tomorrow, he would. If we don't put that on the list, he won't get it. But it's no more bad than something he has now, or good. Is there any way that we could start with if the majority was interested, a listing like Joe is saying, what he's has now, and then have, if something else is coming, can come down the pipe, that we have a chance to, and I hate the community development director is not an expert in primates either, probably more than she was a few months ago, but that we could look at that and say, or somebody could look at it and say, okay, that's an acceptable change.
That's an interesting question. It begs the question really of how you would even enforce that sort of a regulation. And what I mean by that is, and it's not to be glib, it's a good question, but do we have, for instance, I throw this up hypothetically, do we even have the staff capable of making those calls with respect to certain type of primate is more dangerous than another, or whether there are folks in the state or federal government who are more able to do that? And secondly, you get in just the general nature of enforcement as it is. Let's say, for instance, that you wanted to adopt the special use or this use permit and say, if you want to go outside of a particular type of primate that is different than what you've had historically on the property, you need to do X. well, what would X be? Would X be to tender an application to our community development department and ask them to sign off on it? And if they did that, what would the criteria be for them to approve or not approve this? I guess I'm just saying, how much do we want to regulate going forward?
Yeah, I think we're getting away from it being a zoning issue.
Yeah, I mean,
when we're
these
starting-
are
Yeah,
fair
I mean,
questions.
yeah.
I'm just struggling giving
And
you,
I agree, and
to give you an answer.
But,
Yeah.
yeah, that, you know, again, my point to being a triple government, and do we have that expertise? I mean, only alternate I can think of that is, you know, allowed what he has now, plus if he gets another breed that it, you know, has a sign off from the DNR or the authorities, but again, that puts us back in trying to manage, rather than just, as our original intent was for zoning, that puts us into trying to run and manage.
Well, if he gets another breed,
Animal.
we'll know because he will have to report it to the DNR, and we'll get a copy of that report based on the current conditions, correct?
Correct. So,
I think that what makes this difficult for all of us, I mean, there's a whole host of it, but usually when we're talking about zoning and intensity of use, it's buildings, it's square footage,
not
it's
living.
trees going away. It's not species and families and genus of monkeys.
that's true.
And there's probably only one person, and maybe two in this room that can speak to that an expert fashion, and I'm not one of them. I mean, that's what makes it difficult for me.
Well, again, and I think, you know, we see where everybody's coming from and respect everybody. The bottom line is if someone, you know, if we wanted to go forward, make a motion and, you know, see if the council's willing to support that based on all this conversation we had, based on, you know, we go back to from the conditions on the list of animals it can't have, or tie that into small and medium primates, marsupials, wallabies, birds, 20 cages. We have the public access would be invited only. We had come up with some hours, say 10 to 5. I think there's some other things, no outside lighting, you know, this and that. But, you know, I think my opinion is someone could make a motion and we could make a decision tonight that by deferring it, I don't know that we're going to get any more answers.
Could I ask a question based on that to Chris? Do you think you could get us any more answers if it was deferred to help rein in some of the things you hear, or is that a shot in the dark?
Phil are here at this point, and what I'd ask you to do is, if we're going to say small to medium, cap it out. I mean, we need to be able to enforce something we understand, and we're not scientists, but we can weigh 30 pounds.
Right.
And you know, I can't tell you what a spider monkey necessarily what genus it comes from, but I know what 31 pounds is versus 30. So, you know, if you're going to condition it to a size, condition it to something that we can at least that we at least have the ability to enforce. So, if you want to say small to medium, not to exceed 30 pounds, I know what that means.
Just a question on that too, and if we're gonna go that route, obviously there's the application of that. Is there a way we can require a scale on the premises? I mean, I don't know, it's just.
Gotta be digital.
Meat scale.
You know, I
Put you in charge of
certainly,
weighing the monkeys.
I mean, I see your point 100%, that makes sense. Although, you know, and I know we don't, you know, aren't the experts, but again, from what we're talking about, we don't want to be the experts, we want to rely on the state. You know, if we specify the small to medium species, they're going to know, you know, what if you get, you know, if you say 30 pounds and what if one of them gets fat and eats too many bananas, you know, it's 31. I mean, that's different than getting a large primate that's skinny and weighs less than that. I mean, to me, if you...
Direct answer to your questions, I don't know if I can find more. I've been frantically trying to, you know, I looked and see if I could figure out if there's a definition real quick for small and medium. I looked into Webster's dictionary to find out if it would define medium in a way, because that's typically what we rely upon when words not defined specifically and define it by what Webster says. So there's not a real good definition of medium in Webster, other than it's something in between two other things.
But is there something out there in the animal world that is?
Right. I haven't been able to find it in the last 7 minutes as I've been punching away.
And I think that's the key point. My point earlier, I don't think there's a relationship between weight and type of dangerous animals. I think a 5-pound Chihuahua with rabies is a lot more dangerous than a 200-pound Newfoundland.
How about if we did small to medium, small to medium primates that are
Excluding humans.
listed by the state as not, under the guise of the state, that are not, I know you, like I said, you gotta be careful with dangerous, because like in a car, it could be dangerous.
But it-
or not.
As far as small to medium primates that are permittable by the Georgia Department of Natural Resources,
I thought I understood from the applicant that the small to medium to large, those are terms of art in this particular sort of industry. And if that's true, just like any other field of expertise, they have a meaning that someone in that industry knows exactly what those mean, and so someone could readily lay eyes and say that is a medium primate and that's a large primate. It's not me.
Right.
They could do that, but if it's regularly accepted in the industry, then that's perfectly understandable.
But I guess that's the question, is it regularly accepted in the industry?
That would
Are they
be-
specific terms?
That would be a question for, I think, to Councilmember Longoria's point, only 2 people in this room probably understand what that would be, and they're probably out in the gallery right now.
Not the one you know.
You know what, and again, it's like letting the fox guard the hen house, but I would like to hear that the applicant can come, at least tell us his
We
thoughts
asked
on
the
that.
DNR specifically about that back when we were going through, I guess, the letter that went out to the public stating what we would have. And they gave us a list at that time. They said we considered it the orangutans, the greater apes, the silverbacks, the gorillas, the chimpanzees, and et cetera. And that's why we excluded those specifically. Then they came back out in January again and said the same thing. He said, I don't have any code with me or anything, but he said, now you only have medium and small primates here now. If you go to exhibit, are you going to get any large ones? I said no. So I can't refer you to their specific code or page or whatever, but yes, he has said that. Yeah.
Okay.
So we can keep it according to the small and medium sizes, according to the laws as it pertains to the Department of Natural Resources.
I think that would be fine. I think to the city manager's point, though, that does, in the realm of enforcement, puts us at a little bit of a disadvantage, and we would have to rely upon the state agencies to tell us.
But I think that's from my perspective, that's the intent versus us trying to go out and lay monkeys and try to decide ourselves.
I mean, it's just always challenging, though, to have a city law, a city ordinance, and a city zoning code that is filled with conditions that are challenging for city staff to enforce.
Again, that's what I
That's
say.
just where we are, right.
The more the state with it. Bill?
One question, not necessarily as a condition, a question for the city manager or community development. Now, will this qualify as a business, and will he need a business license?
yes.
Again, we got couple just, ways we can go here. I like these meetings, and I know our citizens do, and our applicants, but I prefer I feel like we've narrowed it down, and I understand respectfully, Councilmember Longoria, you made,
I don't want to
get
leave,
you 100%
at this point,
comfort.
I don't want to leave tonight unless we get legal conforming status for this guy.
Right. So,
Mayor, why don't you make a motion?
I'd be glad to make a motion unless somebody else
Can you
wants
do
to. Chris says I don't typically do, but I think I legally can.
Yep.
Fully within your
Oh,
properties.
knock yourself out.
All right, and I'll make a motion, and you guys are welcome to, change it or adjust it or whatever. I'm gonna make a motion that, we grant a use permit based on, the applicant having small to medium primates that are permissible by the state agencies of the Georgia DNR and the, USDA. And also allow marsupials, wallabies, and birds as allowed by state laws. I'd like to make this use permit that the applicant's allowed a total of 20 cages, 8 in addition to the 12 that he has on site. That this This motion includes public access will be invited only between the hours of 10 to 5. We'll have no outside lighting. We can go through. Did I miss something from the recommended and alternative conditions that specifically needs to be added to this motion?
No fees
I think
was
we
one of the things.
walk
No
back
fees.
to the
No fees.
staff recommendations on the section 1 and then the listed animals. Or the non-permitted animals, I should say, sorry.
Well, the only reason I don't, and I agree, but since we're
Okay.
naming the
All right.
animals here,
All right.
it's
All right.
basically a moot point.
I meant the non-permitted, oh, okay, yeah,
Um,
understood.
That does away with them. And we mentioned, at this point, no fee.
And also have the, reporting it to a copy when it's reported to the DNR.
Okay, well, I think, and that's, that
That
part
was
of
one
our
of the-
ordinance
yeah.
anyways, I believe, that anything, so, no fees. Kathy, did you have okay. All right, that's, my motion. I'll open it up to a second, or if someone has something they want to add to that.
Question. Does that capture everything that you've captured?
I think I've got it, but you know the way I, get to these points. It's the devil's in the details. So if you'd allow me the opportunity to
Sure.
summarize what I heard the mayor
Let's-
say, just so that as we're typing it tomorrow, we can have kind of just a rambling flow of what the motion is. I think what I heard is that the mayor's motion is to approve a use permit consistent with the alternate conditions, and hear me out, that were in the staff packet for the exotic or wild animals, section 64, 18, 38, conditional, subject to the owner's agreement to the following enumerated conditions. If these conditions conflict with the stipulations and offerings contained in the letter of intent, these conditions shall supersede unless specifically stipulated by the mayor and city council. 1, to the owner's agreement to restrict the use of the subject property as follows. Restrict the use of the subject property to allow the keeping, rehabilitation, breeding, or maintaining exotic or wild animals as depicted on sheet 2 of 3 of the revised site plan received by the Community Development Department on March 8, 2013, which includes 5 existing animal enclosures and 15 proposed animal enclosures and 2 existing barn structures related to the use of the subject site. B, the following species shall not be permitted on the site either temporarily or permanently. Small I will be replaced with small I that was published in the staff report under recommended conditions. C, the following species and numbers shall be permitted on the site. 1, the categories of exotic animals listed in Article 5, Division 2 of the City of Milton Zoning Ordinance, Section 64, 1, and being categories A, primates, no large primates, B, marsupials, wallabies specifically, and C, birds as permitted. 2, the owner's agreement to abide by the following: to the revised site plan sheet 2 of 3 received by the City of Milton Community Development Department on January 4, 2013. Said site plan is conceptual only and must meet or exceed the requirements of the zoning ordinance and these conditions prior to the approval of a land disturbance permit, unless otherwise noted herein. Compliance with all conditions shall be in place prior to the issuance of the first certificate of occupancy. B, at which time the applicant submits a change in number and or type of animals to the Georgia DNR, a copy shall be provided to the Director of Community Development. 3, to the owner's agreement to the following site development considerations. Access to the site shall be subject to the approval of the City of Milton Department of Public Works prior to the issuance of a business license, land disturbance permit, subdivision plat, or certificate of occupancy, whichever comes first. Entrances shall conform to Chapter 48 streets, sidewalks, and other public places of the City of Milton Code of Ordinances, or be reconstructed to meet such criteria as required by the Department of Public Works. C will become B and will read: to provide a 10-foot landscape strip along Hopewell Road planted to buffer standards. 4, to the owner's agreement to abide by the following: A, the location can be open for visiting by the public by appointment only. B, visits by the public shall be non-fee based. C, the location shall not be open more than 30 hours per week and shall only be open between the hours of 10 a.m. and 5 5 p.m. D, there shall be no outside lighting. And E, as the applicant agrees to abide by the city of Milton fence requirements in its code of ordinances. Have I missed anything?
Kathy?
Kathy?
I know it's sort of quasi-exhibit, and I don't know if you want to formalize it by having a parking requirement or not, but I just want to bring it up because it was something
Does it go back to the site plan with the 9 gravel spaces?
I believe it's included on the March 8th. So conditions to site plan 2 of 3, that's comparable.
Right. Does that include the public?
Yeah, there's one that referenced the old January 4th, the 2A, but it's March 8th. It's March 8th, not January.
Does that include the public toilet? Does that include the public toilet? Is that on sheet 2?
That's on the site plan, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Can I
for the record, you covered everything that I said, plus qualified, with these. Can that count as the record, or do we need to repeat that?
That is, you just need, you need to identify that as your motion, because you don't have a second yet.
And I just have a question real quick on that too, and just to go back to that, we left off the exhibition and display as we talked about. Does that mean we have the animals there and no one's allowed to look at them?
Can we confirm let's get a second to that if we can, and then let's go into discussion.
As per our city manager reading, that is my motion.
Second.
All right, I've got a motion and a second. Now, did you have a question, Councilmember Kuntz?
Yeah,
and then Karen.
Just for definition there, I just wonder what would happen if, someone's there between the hours of 4 and 5 and someone's actually looking at a display of animals. Is that considered a display? I just don't want to exclude those words.
I'm not the least bit concerned that if we have authorized visitation by invitation only during these hours, that someone could make the argument you can come on the site, but you can't look. I understand your point, but no, I'm not concerned.
Okay, Karen?
My only concern is the way you said it was 15 cages currently plus addition
Yeah.
of 5. I think he has 12 currently plus the 8 that he moved down, so it's really 12 and 8 rather than 15 and 5.
I didn't mark that.
I was more just responding to the fact that was referencing the site plan. I think they both end up getting to the number 20.
They get the same number, but I think it's 12 and 8 rather than 15 and 5.
Okay, but
okay, so the condition that exists on the ground today could be 12 and 8. The condition that potentially exists on the site plan, which is what we're referencing here in these conditions, I think is 5 to 15. In any case, you get to 20.
Why don't you say a total of 20 cages rather than breaking it down?
No more than 20 cages.
Yeah.
Okay, so we need to go back then. How do I need to go back and modify that motion to be specific to 20 total cages?
You withdraw the second.
Withdraw the second, yeah.
All right.
I will withdraw the second.
Okay, I want to modify my motion to clarify that it's a total of 20 cages.
Great.
Second.
Second.
Done.
That's clean.
Okay, so we have a motion and a second as read. Now I'll open it up for any discussion. Hearing none?
No. Got one down there.
Sorry, I'm sorry, Jim. I appreciate everybody's effort in walking through that. If I were to summarize to somebody who would ask me what went on tonight, I would say that we wound up adopting the recommended conditions with very few changes. Most of it had to do with the itemization of the particular animals that were being allowed or not allowed, and then some additional conditions related to the non-exhibition quality. Even though they're not for exhibit, so we're not trying to open up a zoo, there is a certain amount of exhibition allowed. It's private by invitation only in a specific set of hours. But again, getting back to what I started with today, because of what I would call looseness in the number. I don't care how many cages are there, because you could put one animal in a cage, you could put 10 animals in a cage. I just feel like this is a little weak in terms of limiting the expansion of the operation itself. But I do respect everybody's opinion and understand that, that this whole thing was trying to compromise between where we started and, you know, what the public is asking for, so I appreciate that.
Okay. And I'd just like to, and I certainly appreciate it, and I know if this motion passes I made, you know, again, there are going to be some people that aren't happy. I do think it's a compromise, because if you look at even the things that my own wife was telling me, from, you know, one extreme to the other, this is truly a compromise. So again, I appreciate, you know, everybody's work, and I clarify that what my own wife was telling me based on what she had heard and the rumors and this and that. So again, I think this is truly a compromise. But Bill, and then Councilman Thurman.
Yeah. Maybe to clarify what you stated there is this being an expansion. From what we've discussed here, there were 20 cages out there at one time.
Yeah, and I'm not worried about the number of cages. That's the thing that's bugging me.
Well, I guess my point is, we are approving it as it was originally legally non-conforming with that number of cages on site. So there's really no expansion.
Should have been the same number.
No expansion in what he's really requesting here, what we're proposing at this point in time.
Karen?
Yeah, what I was going to say is we really don't know how many animals he had the day we became a city. So to me, this is not an expansion at all. But limiting the number of cages limits the number of animals based on what the state and federal say is allowed to go in there, which to me is they're the ones that should be making those determinations, not us. It should not be the city that goes out there and counts how many babies or whatever animals have had, but let the experts at the state and the federal make those determinations. We need to look at it as a zoning thing, and how many of the cages do we need to have, and that, I think that this is a good way for us to limit what is going there to what has been there in the past.
Okay. Matt.
Yeah, and just one more thing on that too. I mean, these monkeys are not cheap. I mean, they're over $10,000 in a lot of ways. I mean, they're, you know, the applicant, I think, has an economic interest in their well-being and taking care of them. Obviously, the state and the DNR do as well, but for different reasons. So there's a lot of incentives already in place for their protection. Putting too many animals within the cage will cause the detriment of that economic condition. So I think limiting by cage is definitely the way to go. So I think it was a good motion.
Okay, Chris?
I just want to, because I hate to sit here and think that not all of the information's on the table for you all to make a good decision. I believe we do know what the intensity was at as close as we can determine to December the 1st of 2006. I mean, I do believe that we have, you know, we at least know what permit existed and what animal list existed with that permit on December the 1st, 2006. Now, we haven't explored, you know, going down the road with the applicant to find out if they're even agreeable to that. But I don't want you all to think that that we don't have that information, or at least think that we're in that ballpark as you make a decision. So it doesn't necessarily matter what that number is for the purposes of tonight, because it sounds as though the council's generating some consensus and moving forward. But I want you to know that I think we do at least have that information. The second thing that I'd ask you to do, simply because some of these things that are on the table tonight, the applicant maybe potentially new to the applicant, but hey, for you all to vote on something, and then all of a sudden say the applicant say, you know, that was a lot of work, but I can't live with it. I think it would be worth at least, and maybe you can see that because you're facing them, but it probably is at least worth the question. You know, if this were to pass as the motion is read, is this something that would be agreeable?
Well, or I guess, does the applicant understand the motion, or that's?
The applicant understands the motion, I believe. Yes, we understand the motion. If it passes as it's proposed, the applicant doesn't have any objection to it.
Okay. Again, we've got a motion and a second. We're discussing it now. If anyone wants to discuss that or the point Chris brought up, or if not, I'll ask for a vote. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Aye.
That's 5 to 1. All right, thank you. The city clerk will please sound the...
Can we take a 2-minute break?
The city clerk will please sound the next item.
Our next item is consideration of RZ 1218 to amend Chapter 64, Article 6, Division 2, AG1, Agricultural District, as it pertains to fencing. Agenda item number 13057, Ms. Kathy Field.
Yeah. Here we are. Okay.
Okay.
You ready?
Yep.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Mayor. By way of some background, the Mayor and City Council approved changes to the AG1 Agricultural District regarding fencing at their March 19, 2012 meeting. These were in conjunction with amending regulations for barns. Since that time, it has come to the attention of the Council that new fencing requirements may not be appropriate for all properties in the AG1. Staff was directed by Council to research how the zoning ordinance could be amended to allow for other types of fences. So the first one in front of you is RZ 1218, and this deals essentially with AG1 zoned areas. And what I've done here is broken down the changes that we would propose for exterior streets, fronts of subdivision lots, and then for side, corner, and rear of subdivision lots, and side, corner, and rear of non-subdivision lots. And essentially, I think, as we explained to you last week at the work session, is that we have given more flexibility for fencing, keeping the flexibility for the fencing to a minimum on exterior streets. But when you get to interior subdivision streets and to the rear and side of non-subdivision lots, we give much more flexibility in terms of the design of the fences. And so this essentially represents the breakdown of this proposed ordinance text amendment to you all.
Okay, I know we discussed it, and are there any questions on this?
Are there any changes from what we went over in our work session?
No, there
on
are
this?
not.
Okay.
I'd like to just wait 1 second for Councilmember Hewitt, since this was something he had brought up originally, let him be here in time to vote.
Pass me the candy. We're
Do you
going to wait here.
have any questions on
One
the...
piece, and I'll give it back to
Does
you.
he-
No, I was, again, I appreciate y'all looking into it, and I think it's accomplished what I was hoping and what the residents have brought up, so thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Then I'll open up for a motion.
Mayor, I move that we approve RZ 12-18 to amend Chapter 64, Article 6, Division 2, AG1, as it pertains to fencing.
Second the motion.
Okay, I have a motion by Councilmember Longoria, second by Councilmember Lusk. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? It's unanimous. Okay, the city clerk will please, actually, you know what? That was a public hearing, so I need to ask if there was any comments.
We have no public comments for any of the remaining zoning items
So
tonight.
I'm going to close the public hearing. Do I need to vote on that again? Ken?
I would prefer that.
I think, Councilmember, who made the motion?
I did.
Councilmember Longoria, would you like to make your motion one more time, please?
Restate the motion.
Yeah, I would like to propose that we adopt RZ 12-18, hold it, let me get back to the right one. 18 to amend Chapter 64, Article 6, Division 2, AG1, as it pertains to fencing.
Second the motion.
We have a motion by Councilmember Longoria, second by Councilmember Lusk. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? That's unanimous. Okay, the city clerk will please call the next item.
The next item is consideration of RZ 1219 to amend Chapter 64, Article 2, Division 8, as it pertains to fencing and walls. Agenda item number 13058. Ms. Kathy Field.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. This text amendment applies to all zoning districts within the city. Within this text amendment, the goal is to clean up the general requirements for fencing. And essentially, what it does is it incorporates all of the uses that we just covered under RZ 12-18, plus it adds 2 others. And specifically, they are that it prohibits the use of chain link fencing along right-of-ways with the exception of stormwater facilities or recreational courts. And lastly, prohibits the use of barbed wire with the exception of legitimate agricultural uses. And there were no changes from our discussion of last week to this proposed text amendment.
All right, and just confirm, we don't have any public comment?
We do not, sir.
So close the public hearing on that.
Mayor, I'll make a motion that we approve RZ 12-19 to amend Chapter 64, Article 2, Division 8 as it pertains to fencing and walls. Agenda item number 13-058.
Second.
A motion by Councilmember Thurman, second by Councilmember Kuntz. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? That's unanimous. Okay, if the city clerk will please sound the next item.
Next item is consideration of RZ 1302 to amend Chapter 64 zoning ordinance, Article 1, in general, Section 64-1, definitions. Agenda item number 13059, Ms. Kathy Field.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. The previous 2 text amendments make reference to an exterior street, and we need a definition of an exterior street. So this amendment is to establish such a definition. Specifically, staff proposes the following. An exterior street means a street, either public or private, that is not located within a subdivision or final plat.
Okay. We have any public comment?
We do not, sir.
Close the hearing.
Make a motion to approve agenda item number 13059.
Second.
A motion by Councilmember Hewitt, second by Councilmember Thurman. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? That's unanimous. Okay. If our city clerk will please call the next item.
Next item is consideration of RZ 13-03 to delete Article 7, Division 5A, Deerfield Plan of the Highway 9 Overlay District, and concurrently adopt a new Article 20, Deerfield Highway 9 Form-Based Code. Agenda item number 13060, Ms. Kathy Field.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Last week we discussed the proposed form-based code for the Deerfield area, and you had some comments and some requests for some modifications. And Caleb Rassico is here to address those comments and modification requests to let you know where we stand. Council Member Large is not here this evening, and I did want to make a correction. He brought up the inquiry last meeting about whether or not that the city, through the purchase of Bell Park, could accrue some TDR credits as a result of that purchase. And our consultant who was here that night said, well, we haven't passed the form-based code, therefore you sort of put the cart before the horse in terms of that purchase. But after the meeting, we realized that indeed we had a TDR program established through the crabapple form-based code. So you indeed can use and accrue some TDR credits for the purchase of Bell Park, which can be sold on the open marketplace. So I just wanted to know that you have that. So with that, I'd like to here comes Caleb. He's got his little PowerPoint ready. And
I'm going to speak from this because the PowerPoint is not working.
Oh, all right.
But they're very minor, very,
Okay.
very minor changes. So fortunately, I'm not going to speak a lot as I have a tendency to do in the past. I do. Essentially, last week when we spoke, we had talked about certain changes that were proposed to you. We have, in fact, put together a form-based code that makes all of the changes very quickly. The first significant change regards making townhomes a special use permit, and that language has been incorporated into the code. In addition, as part of that, there was, let me pull this up here. There was also language created based on religious assembly. When staff looked at the use permit section of the code, there was some concern that in T4 open, T5, and T6, which are, again, the most urban, that we were initially going to make religious assembly a use permit. Those areas are primarily zoned commercial today. Religious assembly is not a use permit in those districts, so staff recommended that we change those to by right, and so the new code reflects that. In addition, in Article 416.4, we had received a lot of comments from the Planning Commission about architectural treatment. Essentially, what we have proposed there in the version before you today is to establish a maximum articulation length of buildings of 200 feet and then a minimum length of 20 feet. Planning Commission concern was that you would have a building that broke it up for maybe 5 feet and didn't really achieve the articulation effect. So we've incorporated that. And then in addition, Planning Commission had some concerns about single-family homes. They wanted to allow stacked stone, so we have allowed stacked stone in the ordinance. They wanted to remove a specific reference to the Hardy Plank brand of cementitious siding, so we've in fact removed that reference and put a spec for that type of siding. And then finally, they wanted to make clear that you could have enclosed porches as long as they weren't on the front of the building, and we've also made that change. And then finally, the only major change that we've also made is actually based on some indirect feedback from the comments that some of the council had. We have recommended creating a new definition for a child care center. You had asked previously about that, councilperson. And what we have proposed is that child care center be a facility providing care, protection, or supervision of children on a regular basis away from their residence. Child care centers specifically exclude kindergartens, pre-kindergartens, and similar facilities when such kindergartens, pre-kindergartens, or similar facility is accredited by the Georgia Accreditation Commission. We wanted to make very clear that if you are accredited, you are considered a school for the purpose of this code and would be subject to those use permit requirements. So that is a major change, again, based on some of the council's concern.
But I think there was a question, too, on whether or not you had to still get a use permit in under certain T zones or if you were allowed by right. And we wanted to make sure you would have to get a use permit because of the other restrictions that go along with what can be allowed close to a daycare facility or school.
As currently written now, you would have to get if you were accredited, you would have to get a use permit regardless. If you were not accredited, let me just confirm before I answer that. This is in Table 10, which I'm pulling up. If you are not accredited, it's late and I don't want to misspeak. If you are not accredited in T4 open, T5, and T6, you are allowed by right.
See, I think you need to have a use permit because you cannot have a restaurant next to a daycare if the restaurant serves alcohol. Can it?
The code talks about it's schools and churches, and that's why Caleb wrote it to require use permits for those daycare centers that have kindergarten.
So if it's a true daycare center, then it's not a school, and the alcohol beverage licenses do not.
Correct.
Restrictions do not apply to them.
Correct.
That's correct.
Okay.
So it takes care of your question about the distances with restaurants and mixed use and all that kind of
Okay.
stuff.
Because I would just hate to limit where you could put in a restaurant.
Great. Well, those.
Taken care of.
Okay.
So that is that particular change. Now, the only other change that we have not responded to that we would actually need to have included this evening as an amendment, which Kathy has, is the issue of stormwater facilities. The council had asked us to look at if we could work with the Public Works Department in coming up with an incentive for stormwater. After looking at the shared stormwater provisions, both in the metro region and what the practice was in Milton, we felt that it was not advisable to grant density bonuses for shared stormwater facilities. However, we have proposed a new section 4.8.4, which would read, the creation of shared stormwater management facilities serving multiple properties is encouraged. It was really the best that we felt we could do without compromising the proposed TDR program and some of the other provisions of the code. So that has been incorporated into the draft, or could be, I should say, if you support that. Kathy has examples, or Kathy has an amendment that could be adopted concurrent with the code this evening. And those are all the changes that we've made.
Okay. Any questions for Caleb? No, I'll open up for a motion.
Mr. Mayor, I'll move to approve RZ 13-03 to delete Article 7, Division 5A, Deerfield Plan of the Highway 9 Overlay District, and concurrently adopt a new Article 20, Deerfield/Highway 9 Form-Based Code, agenda item number 13-060.
Second.
And that's with the modified one with the changes that he has just,
That's correct.
not the one that was originally advertised.
Okay, we have a motion by Councilmember Lusk and a second by Councilmember Kuntz. Any discussion? All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? That's unanimous.
Thank you.
All right, I'd ask our city clerk to please call the next item. Thanks, Caleb.
Next item is consideration of RZ 1304 to amend Article 7, Division 5, State Route 9, Overlay District, Section 641069A, Regulations, Applicability. Agenda item number 13061, Ms. Kathy Field.
Yes, thank you. This is, now that you've adopted the form-based code, we need to delete it from the map of the Route 9 Overlay District. And so the map that you see attached in purple is essentially the remaining area outside of the Deerfield form-based code area. So that will remain as what's left essentially of the Route 9 Overlay District.
Okay.
Have we captured every parcel in there? To the best of your knowledge?
Yes, to our best of our knowledge, exactly, yes. And then this will be modified again should we move forward with the Route 9 North Corridor study. There will be further amendments to this map, but right now, this is the area that remains as the Route 9 overlay.
Okay. Do we have any public comments on this? Hearing none, I'm going to close the hearing on that, and then open up for motion. Matt?
Mr. Mayor, I'll make a motion to approve the consideration of RZ 13-04 to amend Article 7, Division 5, State 9 Overlay District, Section 641069A, Regulations Applicability, agenda item number 13061.
Second.
Okay, I have a motion by Councilmember Kuntz and a second by Councilmember Thurman. All in favor, please say aye.
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 Any opposed? That's unanimous. Okay, I'll ask City Clerk to please call the next one.
Next item is consideration of RZ 1305 to adopt a new use permit within Article 9, Division 5, Miscellaneous Uses, Section 64-1839, Apartments. Agenda item number 13062, Ms. Kathy Field.
Yes, thank you. Mr. Mayor, both form-based codes that we have put in place now make reference to apartments via a use permit. We did not have standards in place for those apartments to be granted under a use permit, and this is our proposed solution to that. And you can see the standards that we have written for apartments. So,
Okay, do we have any
We do not, sir.
comments? Any questions? I might even ask, and I see Mr. Hendricks is here. Would this have any input or city attorney on our pending application next door that you can process?
It wouldn't have any, it's not going to have any impact with respect to that
Okay.
of any kind.
Okay. Just asking. All right. Any questions? Okay.
Make a motion.
Close the public hearing. Now I'll open for a motion.
I'd like to make a motion to approve agenda item 13062.
Second.
Okay. I have a motion by Councilmember Hewitt, second by Councilmember Thurman. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? That's unanimous. Okay. For City Clerk will please call the next one.
Next item is consideration of RZ 1306 to adopt the corrected City of Milton zoning map as indicated on the Geographical Information System, GIS, including all zoning actions prior to January 1, 2013, as shown on current zoning map dated January 2013. Agenda item number 13063, Ms. Kathy Field.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, every year the staff checks and all the zonings from the previous year and includes them on a new updated map. And we do this on an annual basis. And this is the annual update to the zoning map.
Have any public comment?
We do not, sir.
Have any questions? No, I'll close the hearing on that and then ask for either a motion or council discussion.
Mr. Mayor, I'll make a motion to approve agenda item number 13-063.
Second motion.
Okay. I have a motion by Councilmember Kuntz, second by Councilmember Lusk. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? It's unanimous. City Clerk, please call the next item.
Next item is consideration of RZ 1307 to amend Article 19, Crabapple Form-Based Code, Article 5, Standards and Tables, Table 9, Specific Function and Use. Agenda item number 13064, Ms. Kathy Field.
Yes, thank you. Mr. Mayor, this is a housekeeping measure in the sense that the Crabapple Form-Based Code contemplated that assisted living, convalescent home, personal care home, nursing home, and hospices be permitted by right within certain transect zones. However, after the code was passed, we found out that Table 9 within the code, which is the list of uses, did not include these proposed assisted living, convalescent home, et cetera, uses. So what we're trying to do is just make the Table 9, which is the table of uses, consistent with the text of the code.
Okay. Do I have any public comment?
We do not, sir.
Okay. I'll close the public hearing. Any questions for Kathy? Okay. Hearing none, do I have a motion and a second?
Mr. Mayor, I'll move to approve RZ 13-07 to amend Article 19, Crabapple Form-Based Code, Article 5, Standards and Tables, Table 9, Specific Function and Use, Agenda item number 13-064.
Second.
Okay, I have a motion by Councilmember Lusk, second by Councilmember Kuntz. Any discussion? If not, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? That's unanimous. Okay, let's move on to new business. Getting there.
Our final item of the evening, consideration of a professional services agreement between the City of Milton and Foresight Group, Inc. for Bell Memorial Park Master Plan Design and Construction Services. This is agenda item number 13080. Mr. Jim Craig.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. I'd like to take a minute and tell you about this contract that's before you. The contract has 3 tasks that we are seeking to fund at this time. The first is the master planning and public involvement. The second is a 3D fly-through model of what becomes the final master plan. And task 3 is a traffic study and intersection improvements recommendations. This work has a cost of $54,100. We will come back to you in approximately 3 to 4 months with a supplemental task order for the 4th task, which is the creation of construction documents and construction management. We're handling the 4th task as a separate funding request, as we will not know what that cost is until we have the master plan. A brief overview of this proposal. We released a request for qualifications on November 19th with a due date of December 20th. We received 20 responses. We put together a review team made up of Public Works, Finance, and Parks and Recreation. We also included a representative from the City of Roswell Parks and Recreation for an outside opinion. From there, we selected 7 vendors to come in for a live 1-hour presentation. The selected vendor, Foresight Group, had the best combination of a clear understanding of our goals, recent local experience, and superior client references. Also, Foresight Group presented to us a fresh and innovative approach when compared with their competitors. We believe that their difference will more closely match the innovative approach that the City of Milton brings to its service of its citizens.
Any questions? Go ahead, Matt.
Yeah. First of all, good work on this. What was fresh and different about it, though, specifically versus everybody else?
Their ideas of using a 3D fly-through approach, their ideas of some of the backdrops and backgrounds that they would put onto ball fields, the ideas that they presented of more use of social media. They were the ones who said, let's go out to the current ballpark and have one of our public meetings be at your ballpark where you're currently serving your citizens. The only group that thought of that.
Bill?
What other facilities have they designed in the area?
They currently have contract to do design demand services for Gwinnett County. They're currently working on several projects in Cherokee County. And they are currently, no, I can't speak enough because it hasn't been awarded to them. But there's another community very close to us that's getting ready to use them as well.
Okay. How about completed projects in the area?
Oh, there's a number of completed projects. We have copies of them presented in your packet.
Get that. Get past the monkeys. What's the,
Here it is.
they must have some
Best friend park.
conceptual budget in mind, since their design documents and contract administration is going to be based on the total construction amount. What are we talking about in overall cost, or construction cost, and their
And the design cost.
and the design cost?
First, if I may, to give a better answer to your previous question, one of the most recent facilities they completed was Bryson Park in Lilburn, of which the design team went out and inspected their work to see what was done.
What was the scope of that project, Jim?
Civil engineering scope included permitting and construction administration for the new active park in Lilburn. It's a park of approximately 72 acres, roughly twice the size of what we're going to be doing.
You know what the overall cost was on that?
$11.5 million.
That's what we need.
Okay. And to answer your question, listening to the projections and comparisons I've had, of course, we don't have a design yet, so we're not sure what we're building. I think we should safely project that we're probably looking at about a $4 million project to redo Bell Memorial Park, not counting any traffic or road improvements.
That includes soft costs, design costs?
I expect the design costs, the construction management and construction documents, I'm projecting them to come in approximately $75,000 more.
What were the runner-ups or runners-up?
Excuse me, Ken, am I allowed to say that? Am I allowed to answer that?
You are.
The runner-up organization was Jacobs Engineering, and followed by URS, and then followed by Los and Associates.
Major league players?
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay. Any other questions? Jim, I know this is exciting, so I know a lot of work putting that together, and you're putting a lot into it, so we're excited for you.
With all respect, Mr. Mayor, you have no idea how exciting this is for me.
And one other question, were you over or were you under the time as far as where everybody was betting on your speaking time? I'm just kidding, never mind.
I can tell you were well studied.
Thank you.
All right. I'll open up for a motion.
Mr. Mayor, I'll move to approve a professional services agreement between the City of Milton and Foresight Group Incorporated for Bell Memorial Park Master Plan Design and Construction Services. Agenda item number 13-080.
Second.
I have a motion by Councilmember Luss, second by Councilmember Kuntz. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? That's unanimous.
Thank you all very much.
Thank you, Jim. Sorry you're taking so late.
Mr. Mayor, can I interject real quick? I just need to add something to the record and the zoning agenda. There's some question, I was over a meeting with a citizen over in the corner, there's some questions whether or not item number 7, which was RZ 13-03, was actually open for public hearing, closed, and that there's a question as to whether or not a public hearing may or may not have occurred. We have staff on both sides of the table that remember it both ways, so the only way I can clean that up is to look at it on the videotape tomorrow and see if in fact a public hearing was opened up. If it was not, my concern is that the attorney that was in the audience issued a letter today with potentially one of the items he was here to speak on was that particular agenda item, and you can see he's no longer here. So if in fact we didn't have a public hearing opened on that and then subsequently closed, we will re-advertise and bring that forward again, just so that the public hearing component of adopting a zoning code can occur. We don't want to be traveling under a zoning code that didn't meet all of the criteria with all the I's and T's.
Has he already left, so we can't just reopen it now and do it?
That's correct. So there's nothing I was going to think we could maybe pause the meeting. I could go look at it real quick. There's nothing we can do to physically cure this tonight, so
Okay.
I'm
So
not going to worry
basically
about it.
I
I'm
missed-
going to look at it tomorrow.
Open and closing the,
Maybe.
on that one.
Sudi remembers it occurring, and Caleb was the one that has the question as to whether or not it
I
did.
think
So
there was
I
one
don't-
that we did not open the public
There was
hearing on.
one. I think there was one.
Yeah.
That one, yes, because I made a comment to her. Whether or not there was another one, I'm not sure, but that one, yes, I remember.
So we'll probably just have to re-advertise into that meeting.
I apologize.
Nobody. We just procedurally, we want to make sure we're correct. So
Okay.
I just want, so if you wonder, why are we seeing that again?
Okay.
It may just be procedurally, we bring it forward one more time to get a
My
public.
guess, though, is, and which, let's do that to cover stuff, but it looked like Pete was going to talk with Caleb. Looked like he was trying to grab him. But Joe, do you have?
Yeah, I thought the one we had trouble on was RZ 12-18. I thought we did the right thing by the rest of them, so.
I'll look at it tomorrow
Yeah,
and see
yeah,
what it is.
that's fine.
Yeah, nothing I can do to cure it
Okay.
tonight.
Can we just go with that one?
All right. Before we move on to, I know we've had an executive session, just thank everybody and apologize for the meeting taking so long. I apologize to staff if kind of went a different direction and also took so long, but
No problem.
kind of just wanted to put that one to bed one way or the other and keep moving. So anybody else, you have anything council wants to report on? If not, I'll open up to the city manager.
I'll
and
just
then-
say real quick, just on the library meeting went very well. We had a great group here. I think the people were very thrilled with what Milton County did, as Karen Thurman alluded to earlier. It was a great conversation. The only thing that really came up on a regular basis was the traffic issue that was going to come up right in front of it, which Karen and I are going to be meeting with one of the citizens specifically and try to get Carter Lucas to meet with him too. So, but that was
They want to know when the roundabout will be completed there.
right. So that was it. But everything else was there. That I think the citizens were very pleased. What I
Okay.
can tell.
All right.
And actually, the people that looked at, when I, my District 3 Advisory Committee meeting this afternoon, Liz had a copy of the Alpharetta Library, which had not even gone out to the public yet. That was going to them at 5. It's very, very different from the Milton Library. And the comments from everybody at the meeting were, well, that really is a neat-looking library. So I think everybody was very happy with that the library does look like a Milton library.
Okay.
Somehow that Alpharetta one leaked yesterday. I don't know if you spotted it or not, but.
They ain't even built it yet. It's already leaking?
No, no picture.
Bad contractor.
Roofing contract.
All right. Mr. City Manager, do you have anything or any staff?
To the extent I have staff reports tonight, the projects that you know that are important to Milton that we're working on are all making positive progress, so I don't have any roadblocks to report to you tonight. I would ask that over the next 3 weeks, because we don't meet again for 3 weeks, that at some point during that 3 weeks, you just find time to either call me or stop by or schedule a time to come by, just so that if there's anything, there's a lot of moving parts right now, and I'd like not to lose touch like we sometimes do during the spring break week. There was a local option sales tax meeting today that occurred this afternoon down at GMA,
Which I got left out of.
You did, and for that very reason, I'm going to ask maybe councils, because the hour is late, that we just forego the executive session tonight. Mayor, if you come in and just meet with me tomorrow, and we can talk through it, and then we'll find a way to get the information to the individual council members. There's not any decisions we need to make tonight. It was more just an update, and with the hour being late, we can accomplish that without having to do it tonight.
Okay, do we need to change the agenda or? Okay. All right, then that's gonna conclude this meeting. Have a motion?
Move to adjourn.
Second.
Have a motion and a second. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?